Good. So the recording will be made available to the GLO website later on. In view of time, I think we can go ahead and get started. So thank you again for joining us. I would like to pass the floor to Neil Foster McGregor, who's the Deputy Director of UNU Merit. Please, Neil.
Thanks, Michaela. Thank you. As Michaela mentioned, I am Neil Foster McGregor, and for the past 5 years or so, I've been Deputy Director of UNU Merit. And Klaus kindly asked me to say a few words of welcome at this workshop, and I'm obviously very happy to do that. And I think the best place for me to start is to say a little bit about what UNU Merit is. I looked at the list of attendees, and there are many familiar names there, but there are also many that are new to me. So I'd like to say a few little words about what UNU Merit is and what it stands for. And the institute is actually a teaching and research institute based in Maastricht, the Netherlands, and it's something of a joint venture between the local university, Maastricht University, and the United Nations University, which is the academic arm of the United Nations and has its headquarters in Tokyo, and has a dozen or so institutes dotted around the world working on issues relevant to the UN and its goals, particularly the Sustainable Development Goals. And this collaboration between the local Maastricht University and UNU gives Merit something of a special status and in many ways an important and unique mission, essentially trying to connect the academic and policy world as a means of contributing to debate on some of the major global challenges. An important aim of the Institute, therefore, is to contribute to academic discussion and debate through the usual channels, including the kind of book publications, for example, that we're here to discuss today, but also to engaging with policymakers and policy institutes and organizations in setting a policy agenda and providing policy relevant analysis on some major themes that are relevant to the Institute. And in terms of those themes, for more than 30 years now, so the UNU Merit, or UNU Intech as it was called then, was formed back in 1990. So for more than 30 years, UNU Merit has engaged in policy and societally relevant research on the economics of technological change and innovation. But more recently, we've had a series of mergers, and the most recent one merged the Maastricht Graduate School of Governance into UNU Merit. And as a result of that, we've diversified somewhat, integrating additional topics such as social protection, migration, and perhaps most importantly for the purposes of this meeting, labour economics, development and population into our research agenda. And in this latter context, we're very lucky and happy to be able to host the POP Centre for Population Development and Labour Economics, that's led by Klaus and by Alessio Brown. And I mentioned this as background because I think it highlights just how relevant and important the effort to produce this handbook by the Global Labour Organization under Klaus leadership is for the work of UNU Merit. The topics in the book touch upon many of the things going on in UNU Merit, and I'll highlight one or two of those in a second or two. At the same time, I think we like to think of ourselves as an institute covering a broad range of topics. As I mentioned, we talk about economics of innovation, technological change, talk about social protection, migration, labour economics, and these are all combined in a sense to sort of to produce a set of research or a research agenda around the social, political, and economic factors that drive development. But this handbook, in many ways, sort of makes our research agenda does not seem so wide or broad in comparison to what this Herculean effort by Klaus and his colleagues has been to produce this handbook. And so I can only applaud both the breadth and the depth of the contribution of this volume makes. It currently has 89 chapters on a wide range of topics in labour economics, and the ambition for many more. So I'm very sort of happy that we can host today's workshop, which actually just covers one specific aspect of the handbook, the aspect of technological change in the labour market. And again, this is something that's at the core of UNU Merit's traditions. This is a topic that has been studied at UNU Merit for the entirety of its existence, and something that remains important for us. And just to give a couple of examples, we currently have ongoing work around pathways to inclusive labour markets in the context of rapid technological change and automation. And over the past few years, we've developed quite a core group of PhD researchers working on questions around this topic, related, for example, to the quality of work and to employment prospects at a time of automation. in both the developed and the developing world. So there's obviously a great deal of interest in this workshop from across UNU Merit, and I, for one, am looking forward to what should be an insightful afternoon. So just to finish my comments, before I give the floor to Klaus, I also want to congratulate our longtime colleague and affiliate, Marco Vivarelli, in putting together this impressive section on technological change in the labour market. So I'm looking forward to listening to the contributions that we're going to have discussed today, and I'm happy that we can host it, and I wish you all an enjoyable and informative afternoon. So thank you very much, and with that, I'll hand the floor to Klaus.
Yes, thank you very much, Neil. Yes, it's indeed a pleasure to be together in this combination in particular. It was not foreseeable that Marco would be first, but he's fast moving anyway all the time. But it makes sense that we start publicizing the handbook from the place of UNO Merit, where he's affiliated for long period, even before I was affiliated with UNO Merit. So I'm happy to be involved here, and I'm happy that we can contribute to these activities. Now, I want to briefly, so to speak, share my screen and give you some deeper information about the handbook as such. Yes, so the handbook is a long-term venture. It goes already for a few years, and we hope it goes for forever, so to speak, in a way, because this is a living handbook. This doesn't mean that it will never be published. No, it is that it's published all the time and can be updated. So that's a kind of a living reference work. It's a product by Springer Nature, and I have been asked to be the editor to do this together with a larger number of section editors. Marco Vivarelli is one, and it's also supported by a larger network outside of UNO Merit, the GLO, which most of you know quite well. So if you want to access anything, the best way still is to go to the GLO website, to activities and to handbook, and you can follow up the newest developments. Now, the idea is, and it's very important to make this clear because it's often not so easy to transfer to authors, also to outsiders. What is this about? We want to have an integrated picture of knowledge about human resources issues. All has to do with human beings in various ways, not only as from the side of economists, so to speak, which many of us are, but from other disciplines, also from many related disciplines. And we have a tradition to collaborate across the fields. What we want is an evaluation of the state of the art and not actual research papers. So sometimes authors come back with their latest wonderful research, but that's not what we are looking for. We are looking for in-depth evaluations of literature, as I said. Also, we look like to have a global coverage of what we know. It's there might be some reasons why some chapters might focus on a particular region or a country if there is a specific topic, but in general, that's not what we want. But we have space for a larger number of chapters. So all in all, we aim at 600 chapters at the end of the game, at least until we then go to the formal publication, because each paper, and that's part of the living reference work, as soon as it is ready, accepted by the team of editors, it goes into the publishing process, is online, and can be cited. It can be also updated in the sense, so there can be revised versions in a later stage where the old drafts stay at the website. So nothing gets lost, but we can go on with progress. And you find a large number of papers already on the website. Now, the topics we are covering, I cannot talk about. There are very many, as you can see, and if you can look fast, you can probably identify a topic you are working on, because most of us are affiliated with various aspects, and these aspects often overlap in many ways. Now, what is the role of these workshops like this one? Well, in general, well, we have had and still will have a lot in the future internal workshops where we want to improve chapters in preliminary stages, to exchange ideas to improve the quality of the chapters. There will be external workshops like this one in a way, which is hybrid, where we also disseminate. We want people to know about it and hopefully to use the material and to cite it. That's at the end what we are aiming at. But we also would like to, and that's part of our business today too, after we have done a certain section, looking back or looking at the material and see, well, not how, but yeah, how good we are, of course, yes, that's certainly one aspect, but we also would like to see how can we improve the area, either through improving the papers as such in the future at some time, or even maybe adding other chapters which we have ignored or had to ignore in an earlier stage. So as I would like to stress it again, published papers can be updated with previous versions remaining online. And that's certainly an attractive thing, not just a burden for authors, because in a few years later, we may, well, life has gone on and we need more reference work. So that's what we call a living reference work. Now, I have already thank to the section editors, a large team of people and hundreds of authors which are already have completed or are in the writing process. And in particular, I would like to thank Marco Vivarelli and his author team for completing the section first with 20 chapters published, which are available. Well, as I say, we are still open for contributions. So if you think about whether you could contribute, well, the easiest way to do it, just send me a little note with a possible topic and maybe 3 to 5 sentences what it could be about. And then we can check internally whether this is already covered or whether we can bring it in some ways, and then we come back and then you can elaborate further and we can go on. Okay, that's all I would like to say. And with that, my thanks to all of you being here today to look at this remarkable product we have to debate today, and in an amazing tour de force which Marco has pushed on us, and I'm looking forward to his words and to the next paper presentations. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Klaus. I think then we can pass over to Marco Vivarelli for an outline of the aims and the scope.
Thank you, Michaela. Let me start with some thanks. A few thanks to the Global Labour Organization and Merit to be co-organizer to host this event. Personally, I have to thank Klaus for being the mastermind of this enormous kind of masterpiece that will be a handbook. Let me thank Neil for hosting us and for his kind introduction, and Pierre Monin, who will start the final discussion today. And I'm sure Pierre will be very keen as usual in getting both the pros and cons of what we are discussing today. Michaela for moderating and organizing the workshop, and finally speakers, all the speakers for have accepted to read chapters and to present the presentation today. As you can see, we selected 10 out of 20 chapters, just on following one criterion that was to make something consistent on a particular direction of research, that is the impact on innovation, technological change on employment and skills. Of course, the other 10 chapters are related to technological change in the labor market, but less related to this specific impact analysis. But of course, are quite interested and worth to be read. The purpose of the workshop is to take some points in our chapters and start with also with additional materials and additional point of discussion to put on the table additional issues. So in the spirit of the living handbook, all the speakers have been invited to start from their own chapters and then to extend a little bit, even taking on board more recent evidences or more recent theoretical issues on the subject. My particular task today is just to give a very general, very general framework. Then Mario and Mehmet, that will follow immediately after me, will be even more detail on this general framework, also taking on board and taking into account the recent empirical results on the subject we are discussing today. I'm going to share my screen and my short presentation. Let me ask Michela whether everything is visible. Okay, good. So as you can see, these small robots is going to kill all human jobs. Are we in this kind of reality? This is one of the main question mark of this section book. There is actually a widespread alarm concern about the possibility of crowding out of jobs by the new technologies and the self-driving car, and the cognitive robots on the right are example of this. I have to say that most of the concern come from not from economists, but from management scholar as Brian Johnson and McAfee and MIT, or sociologists as the often quoted Frey and Osborne paper on technology forecasting social change some year ago, 4 years ago, published 4 years ago, actually forecasting that almost 50% of jobs can be displaced by the new technologies. And the books by Brian Johnson and McAfee, they tell a similar story, making clear that this time it's different, and the widespread diffusion of new technologies may have a much greater impact on jobs than in the past, both in terms of the overall level of employment and unemployment level, and in terms of skills, in terms of composition. Actually, economists are much more optimistic, at least on the theoretical side. And recently, Asimov, that is kind of jack of all trades, is focusing on the issue in the last few years, together with Pasquale Restrepo, both with theoretical papers and empirical papers. And the theoretical papers are generally, as I said, optimistic. Why? Because according to the mainstream look at technology, innovation can actually be driven and balanced by changes in relative prices. So the idea of Asimov and Restrepo is that there is this risk, there is a risk of job displacement by robots, but how can we deal with this challenge? just moving the relative prices of labor and capital. So the idea is to decrease wages and or to increase the price of robots, for instance, taxation of robots. In this way, the idea of economies is that you change the relative cheapnesses of the two factors of production. And if you decrease wages, if you increase the price of capital, you actually drive a labor-intensive innovation, or at least you can slow down the labor-saving impact of new technologies. I totally disagree with this kind of view. I'm an economist of innovation. I do believe that innovation technology has its own rules. I do believe that technology is path dependent, is cumulative, and is irreversible. So I don't think that just changes prices of labor and capital makes a kind of reverse in technology. Of course, the overall institutional settings and the labor market working and setting of the labor market may have an impact. But on the other hand, we have to take into account that technology is going on, and together with technologies, organizational and institutional change. So if we go back to the salary of 50 years ago, we don't go back to the traditional assembly line instead of a digital one. That's for sure. Because all the firm organization and the society as a whole is now organized in a different way. Everything is cumulative and also complementary to other assets, to other changes, to other dimensions. And so we have to represent technology as something that cannot be shaped according to the relative price in a kind of general equilibrium. Paradoxically, on the empirical side, some years ago, Asimov, Strepo, and other authors in Europe as well, they were more pessimistic, particularly about robotization manufacturing. Recently, they tend to be more optimistic, looking at data at the firm level data. But of course, the firm level data evidence, as we'll discuss it probably by both Mario and Mehmet, they are affected by a bias that is the business ceiling effect. So if you have innovation in a firm, even if this innovation is strongly labor saving, is labor killing, but still that particular firm is getting an advantage, a competitive advantage, is getting more market share and getting an overall increase in value added and in employment. So the usual results when you use firm level data is to have a positive impact on new technology, including the robot. You have to better control for the business ceiling effect. Anyway, which is the framework that I do prefer and that I, in a way, I can recognize, at least in some chapters. First of all, we have to look at innovation in a kind of, let's say, Raffian way, in a kind of vertical sector integration model. And I take this from a recent paper we published on research policy, where we try to distinguish. Can you see my mouse, my arrow, Michela, or not? Probably not.
No, I cannot.
Okay. Anyway.
Although Neil is nodding yes. Can you please move it again?
It's a small arrow on the upstream sector now. Neil is saying yes.
Neil is saying yes.
I can see it.
Okay. Okay. So the idea is to distinguish the upstream sectors, that is the providing of the new technologies, is the sectors where robots and new technology are produced. In the upstream sectors, what we have is a kind of R&D based innovation, making a product innovation in the upstream sectors. When the upstream sector is actually producing machines, for instance, robots. For the upstream sector, this is a product innovation and R&D based. And so the main hypothesis here, and is you have to you may contribute to job creation. However, this kind of robot and machinery are then used in the user sectors, in the downstream sectors. And in the downstream sectors, the same innovation is actually a process innovation. A process innovation mainly based on embodied technological change and probably having the kind of job destruction effect, a labor saving effect. So here below, we have to balance the expansionary nature of investments and the replacement nature of investments. And the balance is actually getting the results in terms of overall labor level and position. So the first message is that the issues is complex, that the same kind of innovation may be product innovation for some sectors and process innovation for other sectors. And you have to see empirically which is the final results. And this is largely independent on the labor market equilibrium based on wages. A second message that is mainly Schumpeterian, if you like. If we go back to Schumpeter, distinguish product innovation and process innovation, we have to think empirically to two possible sources of innovation: R&D, internal and external R&D, and embodied technological change. And empirically, this is very important, because if a paper starts from one or another kind of indicator, and I would put also patents, innovation output on this slide. If you use different indicators of innovation, you have ex ante a different bias in terms of what you can find in terms of labor impact. So if you use, as I did a lot of times in the past, so this is also a self-criticism, if you like, if you deal with R&D data, particularly at the firm level, R&D data are mainly connected with product innovation and patented product innovation. And this is mainly linked to labor-intensive job creation impact. But you don't have to miss embodied technological change. Embodied technological change is that kind of innovation that is not related to an R&D department, to R&D expenditure. Is the typical innovation you may find in SMEs, that you may find in traditional sectors, that you may find in the downstream sectors, as we saw in the previous slides. This embodied technological change is when you buy a robot, you buy a new machinery, you are implementing an innovation in your shop floor, in your production. Without R&D, but with an impact in terms of innovation and an impact in terms of your workforce. And this kind of embodied technological change is mainly linked to process innovation and to possible job losses. If you make an average of the community innovation surveys where firms are asked about their innovation expenditure, R&D, and innovative machineries, you find that more or less 50% of innovation is actually related to embodied technological change. So if you just rely on R&D, you miss 50% of the story. And particularly, of course, in some sectors, in some countries. So, of course, if you look at the electronic sectors in Sweden, R&D is the majority. But if you look at traditional sectors in Spain or Italy or Greece, embodied technological change is the main driver of innovation. So the second message is we have to try to be very detailed And we have to be aware about the proxy we use for innovation. And again, the issues is complex. R&D and biotechnological change are related more to product and process innovation with opposite results in terms of employment. And of course, you have interaction and you have a gray area. So from this point of view, this is an additional complication. And so you have to take into account interaction. First of all, you have to be aware of the proxies you used and the expected results you may have when you select your data. That's the second message. Here you have some of my previous papers, but just the last slides about the results I got in my research on the issue that are in a way surveyed and discussed in some of the chapters. I mean, it's not only my results, I mean the results of the empirical literature of the subject. And again, Mario and Mehmet will go in details on this. The first results, at least at the level of the firms, in terms of microeconometric evidence, at the end of the day, it seems to prevail a job creation impact, even when you control properly for the business ceiling effect. But particularly if you use the R&D and patent data, and as I mentioned before, are more related to product innovation. However, even when you detect positive job creation impact, this is very small in elasticity. The elasticity is always about 0.5%, always lower than 1%. So this impact is positive, is very significant, generally very significant, small in magnitude. And on top of that, is limited to product innovation, as already mentioned, and to the high-tech sectors. That is exactly the opposite the mainstream economies would expect. Because if you believe in the decreasing returns are low, you should expect in the high-tech sectors something like decreasing returns in terms of productivity, in terms of competitive tax, in terms of employment. This is not the case, at least in Europe. So we still detect a possible positive impact, job creation effect in the high-tech sectors. And this is a good news on the one hand, but it's a bad news for Europe because Europe is not specialized in high-tech sectors like some Asian countries and the US. So this is a call for structural, industrial, and innovation policy, try to rebalance the European structure in favor of the high-tech sectors. On the other hand, I have some papers, at least some recent papers, pointing to the possible labor saving effect of embodied technological change, particularly in the supply dominated, if we use the Pavi taxonomy, traditional downstream sectors, if we refer to the previous slides. In some SMEs, in some downstream sectors, I actually detected a possibility of job destruction. And this, in terms of policy implication, need for safety nets on the labor markets for those workers that are actually the victims of the new technologies, and education training policies. Because of course, this kind of negative effect is concentrated on automatable skills, automatable jobs, automatable occupation. So if you manage to, with education training policy, to change the supply of labor, you can actually mitigate this labor saving. Finally, but this is more on the theoretical side, as I mentioned very briefly at the beginning, mainstream economists, they think about this kind of price compensation mechanisms, the possibility that we may have a compensation decreasing wages, or may have a compensation because of technological change is inducing decreasing prices, increasing demand, increasing employment, and so on and so forth. There's an entire corpus of a theory starting from David Ricardo that is devoted to the general equilibrium mainstream way to look at the subject. All these kind of mechanisms are working. I'm not denying it. But the final impact, even in terms of the theoretical expectation, may be very different according to possible market rigidities, the role of expectation, and so on and so forth. So the main message is that theoretically we should be open-minded to the possibility of the new technologies. We have to go through the empirical issues and the empirical papers with the caveat and that I mentioned, and take into account the previous results that are listed here. But again, I'm confident that Mario and Mehmet will give account better than me of all this huge literature that we rely on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco, for getting us started. I think we can now move to our second presenter, Mario Pianta, who will speak to us on technology and work, key stylized facts for the digital age. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you to all for this nice opportunity to discuss our work, and congratulations for the putting together of this huge effort in collecting a very large number of important contributions. You can see my slides, I hope. My chapter focuses on the stylized facts for the digital age that can be summarized in a rather short and daring way, integrating evidence from decades of previous work, but also suggesting insights on novel challenges that are emerging in the digital age. So, starting point is we have to set technological change in the current digitalization in the deeper process of capitalist change. Technology does not fall from the sky. This is a long-term limitation of mainstream approaches, and we have to understand how technology moves from and how it is shaped. We have to learn, building on what Marco Vivarelli has already pointed out, we have to ask the right questions on the employment effects and investigate carefully different specific processes. And also, I would say, pay much more attention than economists of innovation have done so far to the distributional outcome, the impact not just in terms of jobs, but also in terms of wages and income distribution, okay? So the first stylized fact is that the technology is shaped by social relations, is embodied in means of production and in the knowledge of workers. So we have to understand that these two parallel elements, which are complementary, and the search for greater surplus, greater profits, and the Schumpeterian temporary monopoly profits of innovators leads capital to shape technology in a way that is capable to introduce radically new products, but also introduce much greater control over work and workers. So technologies do not fall from the sky, are shaped by specific business and government policies and reflect current social relations. Think today we have a big discussion on patenting and vaccines. Should technology on vaccines and drugs be in the public domain and be free from the capitalist logic, or should we allow, as apparently the European Union does, big pharma corporation to continue their monopolistic power on vaccines and exclude the possibility of a much broader, lower price access to the vaccines in the world. I think these are major policy challenges. They are not a technological issue. They are a political issue shaped by the boundaries we set in the case of technology between the public sphere and the market sphere, public subjects and of public policy in the public interest versus the logic of capitalist accumulation driven by technological advantages. So we have to set these shaping of technology in a broader context and pay attention also to the not just to the economic and employment performance, but also to the social condition and even more on the environmental outcomes, because this is another area of little research among our crowd of scholars. What is happening with digital technologies? Well, first of all, we have to start from our deep understanding of the nature of technology, Marx, Schumpeter, the classics, but the way in which Christopher Freeman and Carlota Perez developed the idea of a technological paradigm is particularly crucial for us, and more mainstream approaches such as the one that Marco quoted at the start of his presentation, I do not think are very helpful, do not come close to providing a deep understanding of the nature of technological change when there is a new paradigm emerging. What we learn from Freeman and Perez is also the importance of matching technological development in social and institutional context. Only when there is this matching, the benefits of technological change become dominant, pervasive application, decreasing cost, widespread product innovation, new jobs, and so on. But what we are seeing now with digitalization is that data are turned into commodities. There is a big shift in the boundaries between market and non-market activities. New platforms emerge as global business models, digital platforms, and the monopolistic concentration of power is something which is really reshaping our economies. There are big conflicts on these issues, and Shoshana Zuboff has flashed the question of whether we are moving towards a sort of surveillance capitalism with private monopolists capable to control our data and to control behavior in a way which is unprecedented in the past. So when we talk about digitalization, we are not talking just about robots, we are talking about a much more pervasive system that is reshaping social relations, activities, and social relations. Second, stylized facts. Let me be very, very, very fast in this overview of points. In capitalism, technology is designed to save labor, and technological unemployment is a fundamental element of the nature of capitalism, because capitalism needs to expand its sphere to embody the knowledge of workers, and the increase of surplus is structurally linked to the reduction of labor inputs and to the reduction of workers' autonomy. So there is an inherent nature in capitalism to move in this direction. And then, of course, we have to understand how specific context, specific models of work organization, for instance, the Fordist factory as opposed to platform capitalism, what type of specific capital are used, what type of specific labor and skills are used, what types of social relation emerge in this context. But let's emphasize that workers' knowledge is crucial in this regard. And here we have a contradiction between, on the one hand, the need for increasing knowledge and competence of workers, because they are a crucial input for technological change, but at the same time, capital needs to control work, and there is a pressure to the degradation of work, the de-skilling of work, which was typical of Fordist mass production and is typical of some of the platform work we see in Amazon today. So clearly what we will have is that there will be sectors and activities where the greater knowledge of workers is valued and recognized, but a large mass of unskilled work which is expanded and kept under strong control. very important. Let's look at the long-term reduction in working hours in the history since the Industrial Revolution. The reduction of working hours has historically been the main way in which workers have been benefiting from technological change. But in the last 20 years or so, what has happened is a stop in the fall in working hours. Conversely, in some cases, we have had an increase in working hours, especially in the US and in particular occupation, because both wages have stopped increasing. So working longer was the only way to keep some wage increase, but also because the nature of organization, the way in which digital technology has been organized, has excluded what Keynes would have said in his conclusion to the general theory, the idea that technology would have made us free to work a couple of days a week and enjoy other human activities for the rest of the time. So that's an important aspect, meaning that the saving of labor has not gone to the benefits of worker, so that we can work less and have the same wage or so, but has been creating unemployment and creating greater disparities among workers. Third, stylized facts. Different technological strategies have contrasting effects. 20 years ago, I pointed out that we can at least identify two alternative technological strategies: a search of technological competitiveness based on new products, as opposed to a search for a cost or price competitiveness based on labor saving and the new processes. And this goes in the same direction as the point that Marco Vivarelli has just made about the importance of identifying different inputs of technological change within different broader strategies which characterize firms and industries and as a whole. We have long been using innovation surveys data as opposed to data on patents or data on R&D alone. And we have now data on product versus process, also coming from the World Bank Innovation Survey, which covers not just the EU, but all countries all over the world. So I think an important challenge for our community is to stop using R&D and patent data alone and pay much more attention to information which is able to qualify the differentiated impact of process and products in firms and the industries. And of course, we have to understand different digitalization strategy in firms. For instance, what we have found in a recent paper, which is that if we look at digitalization is not, again, a one-directional strategy. We can identify strategies of digitalization which rely on infrastructure and digital systems, which more or less show that at the sectoral level behave like process innovation. They introduce greater automation in systems and replace workers. Conversely, if digital inputs are used as intermediate inputs for the development of new activities and new products, then we have the similar effect empirically covering European countries as product innovation. In other words, there is not one digitalization road. There is a use of digitalization which goes into the direction of labor displacement control, or digitalization can be used as an enhancement of capabilities and performances of other utilizer sectors. And again, we have to be careful when we investigate firms, industry, and macroeconomic levels, because the conclusion that we have to draw, of course, have to be attentive to the framework, analytical framework, which we develop. Fourth, stylized fact. We cannot discuss technology in a framework of general equilibrium. That is obvious, and we still have to discuss with mainstream approaches that this is complete nonsense, because technology is not a given, and as Marco already said, it's not a matter of price and quantity adjustments with a given system of production. What we are talking about is about changes in the system of production, and technology is therefore assumed away again in mainstream economics, even when they are worried about robots. But what we need is a completely different disequilibrium framework, and we have three streams of research which are important here: neo-Schumpeterian, evolutionary, and post-Keynesian, because all the key elements, the importance of demand, the importance of structural change, the importance of innovation variety, the importance of the cyclical pattern of a technological wave and business cycles are all important direction of research. I cannot go into the detail here, but clearly this is an important dimension that we have to keep in mind. Fifth, the impact of technology is not on a generic employment, but is specific across occupation and skills. I think the debate about skill-biased technical change was made us waste a decade of research, because the idea of skill-enhancing technology was clearly a nonsense compared to the reality of cuts in overall employment and increasing polarization of jobs and the massive expansion of low-wage, precarious service jobs. So what we have to understand is what are the specific effects. In our studies, we have explored the impact on a specific occupation, manager, professionals, and technicians, as opposed to clerks, as opposed to blue collars. And what we see is that the benefits of new products go to the top of the occupation, and the losses, new processes, low wages go to are burden borne mainly by the low end of the employment scale. Finally, last slide, the technology is an engine of inequality. We have to bring the inequality debate into our framework of discussion, and the benefits of technology, of course, can be distributed in greater profits, greater wages, more jobs, lower prices, or higher taxes paid to provide new knowledge in the public sphere. But what we have seen is that the profits have been benefiting much more than wages. The labor share has been declining by at least 15 percentage points in all countries over 2 decades, and wage disparities have increased massively. So in a way, technology is part of a broader picture of a shift of power from labor to capital, and increasing the disparities and increasing inequalities. There is a specific dimension of finance. The finance tech link is crucial in digital capitalism, and that is another factor contributing to expanding inequalities and expanding instabilities. I hope I've been provocative enough, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for ending on this exactly provocative note. I think it's a nice lead into the second presentation, which we have. Please, Mehmet Yugur will be speaking on innovation, technology adoption, and employment in evidence synthesis. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for organizing this workshop. And I'm really happy to be part of this discussion. I will present a summary of the findings that we reported in the chapter in the book. I'll try to share my screen. Then okay, the title is Innovation, Technology Adoption and Employment, Findings from Evidence Synthesis. Basically, what we are doing in this chapter is to look at the published evidence on the relationship between innovation, technology adoption on the one hand, and employment on the other. We use meta-analysis methods to estimate the average effect, if you like, given the evidence published, controlling for potential selection or publication selection bias, and the extent of heterogeneity in the evidence base. This meta-analysis exercise is complemented with a narrative review of the literature on a less sort of known area of research, which is basically the relation between technology adoption and employment in the context of developing countries. This is a summary of what is included, and we will go through these in stages, and then at the end I will just say a few words about what other work we are doing in this area. So the evidence base consists of two pools of studies. One pool is or consists of 35 empirical studies reporting 567 effect size estimates obtained from a derived labor demand model, where the model consists of a log employment on the left and then technological innovation proxied by different measures. Then the work, the real wage, the capital, and some controls. The unit of analysis in this area of research usually is industry sector, but some studies also report evidence based on firm level data. Now, as you know, there is at least two other empirical research areas in this field. The skilled wage share models that looks at the effect of innovation on relative composition of labor between skilled and unskilled labor, and between wage differences between wage shares of skilled and unskilled labor. There is another area also known as the innovation decomposition models, due to Harrison et al. Or follows Harrison et al. 2008. We exclude these studies because the models are not compatible, and we didn't want to mix apples and oranges in our meta-analysis. But also the wage skill share models look at the relative changes in the composition of the labor force rather than the demand for labor in general. So it doesn't fit with the overall question that we have in mind.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We seem to be hearing strange feedback, and it's sometimes drowning out your voice. Is it possible for you to mute your speakers? It sounds like it might be feedback coming from your mic. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
How can I mute the mic? If I mute the mic, it will be...
I'm sorry, I mean to mute your speakers so that you don't hear us, but your microphone remains on.
Okay, that's new to me. I'll try.
Thank you. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, we keep going. We'll just try to drown it out ourselves.
I won't be able to do it, I think, because if I mute
Don't worry.
audio.
Maybe, Mehmet, you can just put the volume of your PC at 0, and it should work.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Please go ahead. I know we're already taking from your time.
Continue. The other pool of studies are 12 empirical studies reporting 181 estimates based on a slight version of the derived labor demand models in developing countries. And then, as I said, the 42 qualitative case studies for narrative synthesis. Now, the evidence from derived labor demand model can be presented in a funnel graph where the vertical axis is an inverse standard error. As we go down the axis, the standard error increases, hence the precision decreases. And the common effect measure is the partial correlation coefficient, which is the coefficient estimates from the models standardized for unit of measurement. Well, you can see that the average effect represented by vertical line in the middle is slightly above 0, but the evidence consists of very heterogeneous effect size estimates. The effect size estimates in this whisker at the bottom are those studies that report estimates with high standard errors, less precise errors, and this is an indication of selection bias. Also, the dots beyond the dashed lines, the 95% degrees of freedom, 95% significance levels are substantial in number, which means that there is excess heterogeneity in this evidence base that cannot be explained by sampling variations or estimation variations. Similar picture emerges from the evidence on developing countries. Again, a high degree of heterogeneity and a substantial number of studies reporting low-powered evidence. Now, you can't just then take the simple mean or median as measures of the overall effect in the evidence base. We need to account for two types of problems we can see here. One is heterogeneity, and the other is potential publication selection bias, which means that researchers and or journal editors are inclined to publish results that are significant with higher probability than otherwise. Taking these two into account requires some jigging of the meta-analysis methodology. We jig it in two ways. One, to control for unobserved heterogeneity, we use what we call hierarchical models or multi-level models, where we take into account heterogeneity, unobserved heterogeneity. And to take into account selection bias, we use precision effect test and funnel asymmetry test methods, usually implemented in the economics research and developed by Stanley, de Collegiagos and others, over the last decade and 15 years or so. So the evidence from the derived labor demand model suggests that the overall effect is small, whichever type of innovation or skill we consider. It is between 0.03, around 0.03, ranges between insignificant for product innovation to 0.029 for process innovation. These results suggest that product innovation in the context of the derived labor demand model is not associated with a significant effect on employment, in contrast to predictions about the larger effect of product innovation on employment. This may be due to sample limitation, etc., but we tried to check for this several times. It remained insignificant. Process innovation is significant but small. Overall innovation in the last column, the effect is 0.025, and this is small according to Cohen's rule, which suggests that the effect should be 0.10, the partial correlation coefficient for medium effect, and this is smaller. Even a less conservative, more conservative estimate of the PCC for medium effect is 0.07, and the effect overall is smaller than that. So we found that the effect of innovation measured by patents, sometimes R&D, sometimes both, is small in the evidence base. However, when we look into the sources of heterogeneity, we discovered some interesting results. One source of heterogeneity we looked at is how the effect of innovation, or the relationship between innovation and employment, differs between different countries with different levels of employment protection. And we detected a slightly U-shaped relationship. At low levels of employment protection, the effect of innovation is high, but it is also high when the employment protection legislation is stricter. So this is in contrast to mainstream predictions that the employment protection legislation is the cause of insignificant effects or negative effects of innovation on employment. Other sources of heterogeneity will be discussed later. In the context of developing countries, we found that the effect size of innovation is larger in particular pools, but overall it is insignificant. If we look at skilled labor, the effect is negative and moderate, 0.19. On the unskilled labor, it is insignificant. The effect of product innovation is very large, let me say, and this is larger than the effect of process innovation, even on skilled labor. So we can see that the contrast between process and product innovation is more pronounced in developing countries. Now, in terms of sources of heterogeneity, we did also what we call multivariate meta-regression, where we control for different moderating factors. We found that the effect on unskilled labor employment is smaller, is insignificant across developing and developed countries. Job creation effect we found to be smaller in innovation industries in developed countries, with the exception of ICT sectors, which is slightly larger. Interestingly, we also find that patented innovations have smaller job creation effects or insignificant effects. The product innovations have smaller, insignificant effects in the derived labor demand models. Also, the job creating effects tend to diminish over time in developed countries. And as I said earlier, the relationship between the average effect size and employment protection legislation strictness is U-shaped. In the context of developing countries, we found that the North-South and South-South trade tends to exacerbate the skill bias of technical change. In other words, the higher the level of trade integration between countries or trade openness, the higher the negative, or the larger the negative effect on unskilled labor. The product innovation has larger effects, as we mentioned, 2 or 3 more source of heterogeneity. Process innovation is mechanization. Overall, in developing countries, mechanization has negative effect on employment, but the effect is positive when mechanization is accompanied by extension of the farm size, by larger farm size, or hiring of outside labor, and particularly when there is strong forward-backward linkages between the industry and the farming activity and the rest of the economy. Finally, we found that process innovation effect is more likely to be positive when it consists of introducing new feeds, fertilizers, and irrigation techniques. So process innovation can be either mechanization or new types of irrigation or new types of feeds, fertilizers, which found that in the case of the latter, the effect is more likely to be positive. Now, this is the findings we reported. Our discussion of these findings suggests that basically the effect of innovation on unemployment or on unemployment demand or job demand for jobs, demand for labor is small in the context of developed countries and can be sizable in the context of developing countries if process innovation, in case of product innovation, and it can be positive in the case of process innovation if there is strong forward-backward linkages. And this links with the debate on the compensation and displacement effect that has been mentioned by Marco and Mario before me. Another conclusion we derive from this body of work is that basically this area of research is not free of publication selection bias, but this is not unique to this area of research. We found that if you look at the bias estimates in the tables, when there is a hypothesis that there is process innovation, the effect of process innovation in one here is associated with a negative selection bias, because the null hypothesis here, usually in these studies, is that process innovation is expected to have lower effects or negative effects on publication. So there is evidence of selection in the evidence base. There is also heterogeneity. And does this mean that this evidence is not good basis for discussion? I would not say that. This is the best shot you can have at the existing evidence, and as a result, what we're finding here can be used to develop and calibrate the models better in the future. In terms of further research in this area, what we are doing and where we stand is basically we found that we have used firm level data on the range between R&D intensity and employment, and we found that the effect is actually non-linear. It is inverted U-shape in the case of R&D researchers or R&D personnel employment, and it is U-shaped in the case of non-R&D labor. What we also found interesting in that research is that the effect of innovation in the context of UK firms, this is larger and more significant when it comes to part-time employment. female or male. So we have more innovation generating more part-time work rather than full-time equivalent jobs. And in another area of research, by the way, this is similar to some evidence reported from Italy, I think, or Spain, I don't remember now, Bogliacino. In another area of research is that we looked at the effect of innovation on inequality. And although there is some evidence to suggest that innovation is not killing jobs altogether here, it is associated with a higher degree of inequality. Innovation measured as patents or R&D is associated with larger markups, more monopoly power, and more inequality. So these are the way in which we extend this area of research. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening and inviting me for this workshop.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up, we have Bernard Dachs, who will speak on innovation employment in the business cycle. We are a little bit behind time, so I will ask you if you could please, sir, stay right on time, and I will be again gesturing to you on screen. So if you don't mind glancing over periodically.
I will try to speed up a bit.
And Mehmet, will you please stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you. My name is Bernard Dachs. I'm from Austria. I'm from the Austrian Institute of Technology, and my contribution to the handbook relates to how innovation and employment, the relationship between innovation and employment, change over the business cycle. So this is a quite recent topic, I would say. I prepared this contribution together with Bettina Peters. She's from the Center for European Research in Mannheim, Germany, also known as ZDW, and Martin Huth, who was also part of this institute. Yeah, basically, we are interested in how employment creation from innovation. So this is the topic of the whole handbook, changes in various stages of the business cycle. In particular, I mean, this was before COVID-19, but I think it's even more relevant today. We are, of course, interested how innovation and employment change during recessions, and how innovation can help us to stabilize employment during recessions, and maybe also come out of recessions, and maybe how innovation can help to speed up the recession, the recovery after the recession. So I think my approach was to split this question, recession, innovation, employment, into two questions, basically. So the first thing I want to look at is the input side. So how R&D and innovation inputs change over the business cycle. And this is a big topic in the literature, of course. The second thing, which is much less researched, is the transmission mechanism. So this is how innovation is transformed into employment, and how these transformation changes over the business cycle. So Marco Vivarelli mentioned the elasticity of employment with respect to innovation. This is basically the same. So the input side, the question is how or does innovation activity change over the business cycle? And the answer is quite obviously yes. Innovation activity is pro-cyclical, and there's a huge literature on this, starting from contributions from the 1990s, 2000s. We have a lot of new literature coming up after the crisis of 2008, 2009. And I'm quite sure that a lot of new literature will come up after this crisis now at 2020, 2021. One recent example is the work of the OECD by Caroline Paunoff and Planis Sartora on how the business sector managed and business R&D managed to maintain R&D and innovation activities during the crisis, during the recent crisis. So I think that the result is quite obvious, but I think more interesting is why it is pro-cyclical. And the literature provides two main explanations for this. First is credit and liquidity, of course. So firms are not really obliged to do R&D and innovation. This is not like taxes. This is a voluntary decision to do R&D or do not R&D. So if they don't have the money, frankly speaking, for R&D, they don't do R&D. And this really has happened a lot during recent crises, but also in previous crises, that firms abandoned their R&D activities because they don't have enough money. So liquidity is really a big constraint for R&D and innovation. And we also know this from the Community Innovation Survey, that small firms in particular have liquidity obstacles that prevent them from being innovative. So quite obviously. Second thing, I think it's also quite obviously this is demand expectations, and demand expectations are worsening during a crisis. And this may result something like timing decisions, for example, to postpone R&D, to postpone product innovation, to postpone the introduction of new products to the recovery or to the next boom. And I think these timing decisions also make a huge contribution to the pro-cyclicality of innovation over the business cycle. And then we also have another interesting approach which goes in a completely different direction. And this is opportunity cost. So the idea is that in a recession, there are a lot of unemployed resources. So, and firms have quite low opportunity cost for doing R&D, because the opportunity cost of doing R&D, of devoting their resources to R&D, is devoting their resources to production, to marketing, to selling products. So if you have quite low demand expectations, opportunity cost in a recession is quite low, and maybe this is an incentive for doing R&D. So it's not a pro-cyclical argument, it's more a counter-cyclical argument. And I think this is also a quite interesting argument because I said innovation activity is pro-cyclical. Yes, it's true, but it's only true on average, I would say. We know a lot of exceptions from this. So the average firm decreases R&D and innovation during a crisis. But what is an average firm? I mean, we are all quite well read in the evolutionary literature, and there's a lot of heterogeneity, obviously, in the business sector. And we also see a lot of heterogeneity in the reactions of firms, in the innovation reactions of firms to the crisis. And this was made clear in a number of contributions after the last crisis. For example, we know from Germany that 34% of all German firms acted counter-cyclically. We also know a similar story from Switzerland, and we also know stories from the UK. Archie Boogie did some research on this, and quite interesting for me was to learn that there's also some evidence from business history. So, for example, we have some leading companies. Today's leading companies have their origins in previous crises. For example, Microsoft. Microsoft had its origin in the crisis mid-70s. SAP, the German software firm. But also we see some new firms emerging from the most recent crisis, 2008, 2009. We have Uber, we have Airbnb. So this idea of crisis as an opportunity, I'm sure you have heard this phrase. It's not just a phrase. There's also some truth in it. So I would say innovation activity is pro-cyclical, but there are many exceptions to this. Okay, this is the one side of innovation, employment and business cycle. The other side is the transmission mechanism. So in other words, the question is here, does the ability of firms to create employment from innovation change over the business cycle? This is something like the elasticity, as I said before. And the literature on this elasticity is much thinner. I mean, we have a lot of evidence in a static perspective, but we don't have a lot of evidence over the whole business cycle. And I think apart from the lack of time series data in the firm level, I think that the difficult thing is also that you have so many opposing transmission channels. You have displacement, compensations effect, you have the price effect. This makes it really difficult to figure out a net effect of innovation over the business cycle and how this net effect changes over the business cycles. What we can say or what we can observe from our own research, from the papers I did together with Bettina, I think it's quite fair to say that the net employment effect of product innovation is clearly pro-cyclical. So firms create on average more employment from the innovation activities in boom times than in the recession. This is quite obvious. But of course, a lot of this variation comes also from the input side. The second thing which we found is a quite stable pattern in our data is the employment losses of product innovators are much smaller during a recession than the employment losses of the non-innovators. So this means, or this is my interpretation, that the innovative firms, the firms who introduce new products to the market compared to firms which didn't introduce new products to the market, can compensate their losses during a recession with new products. And this is quite interesting. This is also this was also confirmed by another paper which used different data set, Speicher and Wörter from Switzerland, and they found that the consumers are more willing to switch from old to new products in a recession because the new product promises a higher utility. So this may be an explanation for this compensation effect, which is quite important during the crisis, because this compensation effect leads to the observation that the gap between these two groups, so innovators, non-innovators, this gap widens during the crisis. So in other words, our conclusion was that product innovators are more resilient to recessions than non-product innovators. So I think this is a quite interesting and quite important result, given that we are still fighting with the effects or with the aftermath of the last crisis. And I think this also helps to sort some of the ideas and the policy issues which have raised the COVID-19 crisis. I think what we can learn from the literature and from our own studies is that it seems really essential to help firms to continue their innovation activities during a crisis. So just not because we have immediate employment effects. This may also be the case, but because if you think of the whole literature on innovation, a number of people are talking about persistence, and if the crisis is discontinuing this persistence in firms, the firms may completely drop out of innovation and never start again. It's, I think, quite difficult to restart innovation once you have abandoned your innovation activities.
Bernard, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please wrap up in a moment or two?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just two final thoughts. We all know that recovery packages have also supported a lot of non-innovative firms. Is this a waste of money? I don't think so, because simply it was unavoidable. you cannot really avoid, from a policy perspective, to support all firms, and you cannot really just focus on the innovative firms. And I think it's also fair to say that non-innovative firms are also the customers of the innovative firms. I think the challenge we have now is the timing of policy measures to avoid that policy reinforces the cycle. When should support end? And I think this is the current status of discussions in many countries. And I want to finish here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for being very on time. Let's pass now to Eva Hochsten, who will speak to us about technological innovations and labor demand using linked firm level data. Please, ma'am. And we see your screen perfectly. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, Eva, we don't hear you.
Sorry. Sorry, I have to share the screen again. Something happened.
No problem.
So
Perfect.
now so it's now there. Okay. So
yes, thank you.
Our chapter is maybe a little bit different from the others here because, oh, sorry, it should be the first slide first. It's work together with Martin Falk, who is now in Norway, and I'm Eva Hagsten, and I'm research affiliated to Iceland, but I'm also in Stockholm, where I'm sitting at the moment, and you can see my kitchen. So this work is about the benefit of using another type of data source than is most common. And this is a type of micro-aggregated data, which is linked at the level of the firm, but then aggregated up to make it more useful and more accessible. And this micro-aggregated data originates from a large EU-funded project, which was run a few years ago, where Erik Bertelsmann from Netherlands was the main scientific advisor, and I was the project leader. As an example, in this chapter, we have investigated the relationship between new market products, market novelties, that is sales of new products which are not new to the firm but to the whole world. And as several of you have already told us, labor demand and technological innovation, it's a common and classic topic. There are some general conclusions. We can see product innovations affects labor demand and employment positively and significantly, often in studies. But there is a clear mixed evidence for process innovations. Recent years has also seen a lot of discussions about the employment effects of ICT, whether they're job saving or job creating, which, for instance, Marco talked a lot about. But then we have the data set, which is part of our focus here. And this data set is the innovation studies are often using these days cross-sectional firm level data. In the beginning, it was not even available with firm level data, but this is now possible. And there is a high level of usage of the CIS or similar data sets and the Community Innovation Survey and ICT usage. Most of these data are appearing for each year, except the CIS, which only appears for every second year, and it has also a 3-year interval to most of the questions, which makes it a little bit difficult to link to other sources. There is also generally in statistics production of official statistics rotating survey designs, which make it difficult to link data over time. And we have also a huge selection bias in overlaps in time because of different data sources, which are not necessarily coordinated in each country. Even the structured business statistics is in some countries a sample survey, not a total. It is also clearly and well known that you cannot really use a large international data set where you have stack official microdata. This would be nice, but it's not likely to appear very soon. What is not available in the previous literature, like we think we could give a little bit more about, is data for a large amount of countries. It's a little bit less common with panel data models for apparent reasons I just said. And it's also less common to treat ICT innovation indicators jointly. And of course, the sales of no market products is a little bit less common also. It's more often analysis on products known to either the firm or the world, but we use only to the world here. So our idea of mitigation of data shortcoming is to analyze the representative firm instead of the average firm. And this means that you have start with a microdata linking, and then you aggregate it up to a cell level, which is sometimes the industry level and sometimes lower than industry. And by doing it this way, you create a lot of moments which are more informative than starting at the industry level. And the advantages of this type of data set is that you can start with the remote control on different databases, and you agree on a harmonization, and then you link it and aggregate it, and then you can ship an aggregated or micro-aggregated data set to a central database. You get representative data, you get more variables, which is interesting, than only maybe one survey. You get maybe enough information to derive proper CES cost functions. Micro-aggregated data allows disclosure to a higher degree than other data sets, and it may also reduce noise. It also may save you from making difficult assumptions about data, for instance, when in time a novelty appears. So this is a description of this project database, which is the data underlying our study here. And I take it a little bit quickly. You start with country-specific data sources, and in this case, the underlying data sources is business register, production summary, e-commerce, and CIS. Each database holder, in this case the statistical office, run a code execution, which is decided on and is not allowed to change. And then you merge the data set at the linked level, at the base level, and then at a little bit higher level. You go through a disclosure control if needed, and spit out a set of output data sets, which can then be merged into a micro moments database, which this particular database happened to be called. And here is also a little bit more information, for instance, of what variables are possible in this database. And in this particular case, it was 14 countries taking part in this exercise, and the data set is available for 2002 to 2010. It's unfortunately not updated, but it's still available at Eurostat Safe Center if someone would like to do analysis of a little bit old data, but still very rich. For our specific example, here are the variables we have been using: relative labor demand, relative wage, capital stock, and the ratio of turnover of new market novelties. We include process innovations, organizational changes, and also broadband internet connected employees, which is a variable for the usage of a technological innovation. And you see that there are 4 different data sources here in action. And this means, of course, that if you would have done this exercise on the firm level, you will lose a lot of observation, both over time and cross-sectionally. And this makes an analysis difficult. And this also, of course, then not allowed to put it in an international data set. This is a little bit the descriptive statistics of the data set we used for this analysis. So you can see that the services firms are, in this case, have much more employees and a little bit more materials, but this is maybe a little bit strange. They have approximately the same level of wages, and also the same level of market novelty products, which I have highlighted in red here. It ranges between 5 and up to 13 in 1 year. The capital stocks also vary a little bit to the advantage of the services firms. Maybe they have higher ICT equipment. What you can see more is the clear difference between the broadband employee access, and this is considered to be variable also, approximating the level of technological knowledge of the employees maybe, and this is much higher in services than in manufacturing firms during this period of time, while the opposite is the fact when it comes to process innovations. Organizational changes do not differ that much across type of industry, and the column to the right is about the number of groups in our analysis, and there are a little bit fewer in the services firms because this is the old industry classification when we did not have so many services industries, and this is of course a little bit a negative for the analysis. This is now the impact of our fixed effects estimations of the impact of market novelties on the relative labor demand. I have marked out 2 red estimates here, and you can see that in manufacturing, there is a clear positive significant estimate on the labor demand or employment, while this does not appear in the services firms. However, in services firms, there is a clear and positively significant importance of broadband internet connected employees. So there, the usage of the technological innovation seems to be a little bit more important than the creation. Now I'm completely lost in time, but I'm rushing through to the results. Our example shows, again, that market novelty only relevant for relative labor demand in manufacturing firms and broadband connected employees imported for services firms. What we discuss in the chapter and also in the underlying paper is that there are clear differences here across size classes. It is only in small firms there is a significant and positive link to the between the market novelty and labor demand, while the broadband connection is more pronounced in medium-sized and large firms. So what is our conclusion then? Our conclusion is that when we focus on the representative instead of the average firm, and with representative, I want to repeat, this means that you have micro-linked and then aggregated up to another cell level of the data. You can circumvent several difficult data limitations like the selection bias and the attrition over time, and also issues of disclosure. And you get some results which harmonize reasonably well with recent research, but with this huge data set with so many different dimensions, you can maybe give a little bit more information than is commonly possible. So the results, again, they show that with panel data method, we can see that market novelty drive relative labor demand in manufacturing, but not in services where broadband connected employees are more important. The micro moments database, which I showed you from a screenshot from Eurostat, is unfortunately not updated after 2010. The project ended in 2014. It was meant to be updated, but it is not. Instead, there is now a CompNet database, which was initially at the European Central Bank, but it is now at the University of Halle have taken it over. And here, Eric Bartelsman and team is continuing with the same underlying methodology to try to extract more information without being able to use linked firm level data from different countries. We are thinking about future research. Here we think that it would be interesting to focus more on heterogeneous labor demand. Our model here was homogeneous, and this is of course not completely correct. Educational achievement was available in the data set we had, but not for all countries. Occupation is an alternative, or age group. And these are typical factors which are easy to get hold of in the Nordic country and some others. Internationalization is also another aspect of interest for us. I think I stop here, and this was maybe a super speed talk, but thank you very much for inviting me. And I just see if Martin Falk wants to add something I have missed. Martin.
Thank you. There's nothing
Thank you, Martin. So thank you for inviting me. I hope I kept the time.
You were superbly on time. Thank you very much. I think now we can pass for an abbreviated discussion that will be hosted by Marco Vivarelli. So please, Marco.
Yes, we are a little bit late, but still we have some time for general discussion. We have at a moment about 50 participants. If Michaela agree, I would invite people to raise their hand, and maybe you can activate their mic when they raise their hands. So if you have any question or comments, please raise your hand, and you will be given the floor.
Pierre, it looks like you have a question or comment.
I think your mic is off. Pierre, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so my question was is to Eva. I'm quite interested in this micro moments database. Could you explain again what is exactly the unit of analysis? As I understand it, it's at a higher level than the individual firm, but maybe at a lower level than a sector, like a two-digit industry. But it's also different from a micro aggregated data, where you replace each observation by a moving average of observations below and above. So could you explain again, what is this? What is the unit of analysis in a micro moment database?
The unit of analysis is, it can differ. It can be, for instance, can you hear me, by the way? It can be, for instance, at the sectoral level, and then it is available 30 sectors. And it can be also at the firm size level by country. And it can be firm size by EU CLEMS sector level by other variables. So it's a quite dense crosswork of things you can do here. We showed quite a high level, but directly when you go down and do the size classes, it's on the lower level. So the level of analysis is gliding from a little bit higher than the firm up to the sectoral level, but nothing is picked at the sectoral level. Everything starts at the level of the firm and then aggregated in different stages and cut in different ways.
Okay, okay.
Michael Polder, by the way, was the one of the members from the Netherlands who you know well.
Yeah, I know him. Okay, thank you.
Then I think there's also a comment from Dario Gorashko, please. Gorasho.
Yes, very briefly, thank you.
let's say, two quick comments, and both are for Bernard. So on the presentation concerning the link between cyclical dynamics and innovation, I would say concerning the appropriateness of the argument crisis as opportunities, I think we can recall some of the arguments that Mario Pianta made in his presentation, meaning that, of course, crises are an opportunity, but for some firms, for some entities, and they are not for others, in the sense that as innovation emerges as a result of social relationships and power relationships also on the means to introduce innovations and on resources more in general, crises are in many cases steps along trajectories that may lead toward, for example, more market concentration. And if we think at recent developments in terms of digital economy, we have that the big techs, the big digital companies, in fact, didn't, let's say, suffered by recent crises. They continued, of course, to innovate. Some of their innovation have been at the roots of both disequilibria and also the crises themselves. And then the crisis led to further concentration, also in terms of technological opportunities. So, I mean, if we recover an approach to innovation and to technological change more broadly, which takes into account social and asymmetric power relationships as the origin of technological change in a certain sense, then even the way we deal with crisis, even in conceptual terms, would change radically. And so we do not concern about crisis as exogenous phenomena falling upon economic agents in the same way, rather as something that is asymmetric, heterogeneous, and as such should be considered. And then regarding the net employment effects of innovation across business cycles, again, I think that we should not look at cyclical dynamics without accounting for space, so to say, for territorial heterogeneities, for value chains organization along the territory, because of course, a downward or an upward of the business cycle might have very different meaning across territories and across fractions of the value chain, because relative power, relative resources endowment is very differently distributed. So again, even concerning the impact of innovation and the impact that innovation might have on employment along the business cycle can change very much if we look at different areas and at different parts of the value chain.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more to the second point. The heterogeneity is also huge, of course, in terms of effects. For the first point, maybe this crisis is really something different from the previous crisis, because obviously it's not endogenous. I mean, it's completely exogenous. So I think there is indeed something different here, and this is also what the OECD, I think, has observed from other countries, that some sectors are doing particularly well here. So, for example, if you think of pharmaceutical research, or if you think about all this diffusion of information communication technologies for remote work. So this is something which really does well. But again, we still, I think, don't have enough data to really see if this is a broad thing, or if this is something where, again, the large firms somehow move ahead while smaller firms fall behind, or something like this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Eva, I still see your hand up, but maybe it's just...
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I wanted to ask a question to Bernard. I was a little bit curious about this with the business cycle. I was thinking, just like Dario was discussing a little bit, that one business cycle is not necessarily equal to another. So I mean, how do you deal with this, because you maybe do not have this long time series? So I was thinking if you have elaborated with alternatives to business cycle, like for instance, periods of slower and faster technological change instead.
No, we just well, we had observations from, I think, 5 or 6 waves of the CIS, and we applied a method of classifying the business cycle, the stage of the business cycle in each country for all these 5 waves, and we came up with a separation of the sample into 4 stages. Basically, this was our approach. As you said, we cannot really link the CIS data, and so we can also just make a guess on something like time lags of the innovation employment relationship. So this was maybe something quite crude approach in some way. Thank you.
No, I don't think it was rude. It's of course all of us we deal with the data limitation. I think Mehmet has a question, comment.
Yes, thank you, Marco. I just wanted to follow up the comment on the role of market power in the context of innovation and employment. I mean, we discussed this in a different context, particularly when we look at the literature on innovation and productivity, particularly R&D and other types of innovation and productivity. And we thought that is the issue of market power is an area where it is not really explicitly modeled as far as it should be. The question I want to ask here, is there scope for doing this or for considering this in the context of employment? Maybe not, but in the context of wage structure, it is more likely. So as a way of forward sort of agenda, this issue of market power maybe should feature more in the innovation and employment debate. I don't know whether you agree. That's a question rather than a conclusion. The other question that I have is about the proliferation of or the multiplicity of the innovation measures we use, whether these innovation measures are meant to reflect what innovation and technological change means, or is it are they digressing from that? That's something we haven't discussed. We tend to exploit the data, the opportunities that the data provides, particularly in the context of CIS data. There are quite a wide range of innovation measures used. Which one is more relevant? Which one is less relevant? What is the drawbacks and shortcomings is another issue that maybe we need to pay more attention in future research. The third area is now the policy debate is more about the kind of technological change that involves robotics or artificial intelligence, etc. Now, to what extent the conventional measures of innovation that we are using speak to this, or vice versa? So these are thoughts that I have sort of developed listening to the presentations. I'm not suggesting any answers, but just basically some questions that may be useful to consider in the future. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. If, yeah, Marco, please.
Yeah, I don't see any other phrase. Just 1 minute to reply to the second point by Mehmet. I think that the indicator is absolutely crucial. There are some that are really, I think, bad measures. I'm thinking, for instance, about the dummies or process and process innovation. For instance, when you take just the answer to the CIS question, have you done any kind of product innovation in the last 3 years? Yes or no? The dummies, I think, are the less reliable, both for process and product innovation. By the way, it could be one of the reasons why in the meta-analysis that was presented by Mehmet, product innovation was not so significant. Because if it's measured as was measured in other studies as the percentage of sales due to product innovation, that is a continuous variable, is generally highly positive and significant. But if it's measured by a dummy, I mean, it's very rude in this case. It's a rude. The other indicator that is very precise is R&D, of course. As R&D is available, it's available at the firm level, at the sector, and the national level. It's precise, it's continuous, and so on. But the R&D has a bias, as I mentioned in my presentation, that is more related to product innovation, and so in a way has an optimistic bias, let's say. The other indicator I really like is the embodied technological change. And again, is a continuous kind of indicator, is the expenditure by a firm in innovative machinery. And this is something that is that should be exploited more. There are some problems. There's a theoretical problem because it's conflicting with the production function, because this is actually embedded in the capital measure, and so sometimes it's difficult to implement. But it is a continuous variable. While dummies on the one hand, and even patenting could be a little bit risky. If you use patent, you should actually wait for family size or for citation. And again, patents are a little bit biased in favor of product innovation. But this is absolutely crucial. The indicator we use, how we consider the variation, the within and between variation of the indicators, and the possible ex ante biases that we take on board when we choose.
Okay, Marco, I think we should now give us a few seconds of a break. Otherwise, we will not survive the afternoon. It was a very, very impressive first part of the afternoon. And I think from my side, all the speakers, we had planned for 15 minutes of break, but if we break now, we have about 10 minutes. Maybe we should take that, Marco, if possible.
Absolutely. Well-deserved coffee break. Even I would say 50 minutes. We can rejoin at 4:20. Thank you. See you later.
Good. Welcome back, colleagues. Perhaps we can give ourselves a few minutes to get settled in again. Okay, so we stay more or less on time. Maybe it would be a good idea for us to begin. I see that our first presenter is indeed here. Great. I would like to pass the floor to Daniel Vertesi, who will be speaking on AI and robotics innovation. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to join this project and to present the work we've been busy with in the past couple of years with my colleagues Giacomo Damioli and Vincent Van Roy, as well as Marco Vivarelli, as I will introduce you later the topic. Could you confirm you can see my screen? Okay. So my name is Daniel Vertesi. I work currently at the International Telecommunication Union. And this is a project I'm going to share with you, which we started a couple of years ago. And when we're talking about a living chapter, this is the case in the context of our work on AI and robotics innovation and their economic impact. Because we originally wanted to measure innovations. And when it comes to measuring innovations, the most obvious elephant in the room is AI, which is transforming industries at a global scale. I mean, the comment of Professor Hugur was quite timely at the end of the previous session. We're talking about a technology to develop new technologies or method of invention, and we're talking about technologies that can replace humans as intermediaries with applications across all economic activities. But despite all the talk and despite all the anecdotal evidence, what we realized was that there's surprisingly little empirical evidence available on not just the use of AI, but on the supply side. So, who are the inventors? Who are, or how big is the technological base? And this is an important point to cover. Otherwise, we're facing a lot of uncertainties about the scale of the phenomenon and the speed of technological change and possible disruptions. So we embarked on a journey which started with mapping AI's science and technology base, and then going further to understand its economic impact. And our focus in this endeavor was naturally limited for the sake of feasibility to the direct effects. So what I'm showing now is the first step of the work, which looked at exploring and describing the scale and the global distribution and industrial organization of AI innovators. But in two other papers, and I'm going to touch upon those two as well, we tried to look at productivity effect and employment effect of AI as an economic activity. Let me start with step one. What we took was a micro level perspective. And this means that we try to focus or depart from the focusing on users of the algorithms and automation technologies, but look at those companies or other entities which develop the technologies. If what we're reading is true, and this has already been taking off, it means that there should be sufficient evidence out there to be able to measure at least the front runner firms. So this is what we're looking at, but this is not an obvious challenge. I mean, to capture the technology base and the firms that are active in developing the technology remains a challenge. I'll give you our perspective on how we managed to capture, but there's surely many other ways to do it, and we're interested in seeing how this goes on. So the chapter has the interest of requires to map the performance of innovators and measure that, and to measure the direct economic impact, and setting the stage for subsequent analysis, as I said. What we realized after surveying the literature was that the dominant approach was a patent-based approach, which means you define simply from the perspective of feasibility. That doesn't mean that it is not without limitations. So many of the algorithms developed in artificial intelligence are protected by other forms of secrecy, or simply not patented. However, what we saw was that there is a signaling effect of patents, so that a company which wants to position itself and give the message that it's an AI active company, it will have at least a patent in AI. And of course, and that's not only the bigger players, but also smaller companies. And it goes along other forms of intellectual property protection, or in some, this is one way to capture the technological capabilities. The conventional approach has been looking at a certain set of patent classes. AI is great from the point of view that it also helps better measure the technological capabilities and the technology base by different algorithms. Here we realize that if we use keywords and if we complement it by machine learning algorithms, we made use of the Joint Research Center where we were based at the time as a tool for data mining. We could capture a lot of patent families, namely 155,000 of them from the EPO worldwide patent database. That means if we link the patent data with the holders of the patents, we can see that about 97,000 organizations account for 60,000 of these patents, simply because Orbis, our choice of data provider for patents as well as companies, could capture both companies and other entities as well as their patent holdings. And I mean, there's a lot of patents which are not owned by research organizations, but simply individuals, which remain outside the scope. But still, what this data-based exercise allowed us was to recognize that there are about 13,500 companies which have quite good balance sheet data one can work with. And this is something we try to complement with other sources, such as Venture Source, which could give some information about AI startups, so the under the radar companies, and complement the picture for some of our interests. Now, quickly to give you 4 main findings we had based on the data. One, and that relates to the technological trend, is that the knowledge base is rapidly expanding. And even if we discount for the patents which have not been granted, we see that it is, in fact, an activity which was taking place already from the beginning of the 2000s, but really took off in the last decade. And about half of the patent applications were or even more, sorry, come from the latest years. What is also important is that, I mean, this is a long debate whether we're looking at the general purpose technology or not. What we see is that many of the AI patents, which we found in our pool, and this refers to 150 or so thousand patents, are both transversely applicable technologies, but typically those relate to the early patents, and that's mainly where we saw computing, measuring, controlling, signaling technologies, or the enablers present. But later on, as time goes by, we see more and more activity in the applied side, and with a lot of very interesting applications in combination with other technology fields. So not the core technology, but the applied side. I'm not showing this in the interest of time, but I'm just signaling that if we look at where the companies are located, which have at least one patent filed in the period 2000 to 2016, our observation window, we see that most of them are in the ICT domain, and especially established since 2000, so the younger ones fairly. But there's quite a significant number in manufacturing or other electronic equipment and machinery manufacturing, but their shares are declining. The second point is that the geography of the technology base is tilted towards the, let's say, east and west. So a lot of, like 85% of the technological activity is happening in China, Japan, Korea, South Korea, and the United States. Europe has a very small share. Now, here we are looking at all patents. So if you're focusing on triadic patents, the picture would be a bit different. But what is important to see is that there's a leadership change from Japan as the first mover going towards China. While many are questioning whether the quality of a Chinese patent is the same as elsewhere, this is a question, an empirical question to test. What is important is that we see alongside a lot of venture capital flowing in. This is based on Venture Source. I mean, in the recent years, China has been capturing more venture capital in AI-related domains than the US. This is quite interesting to see. What is also interesting to see once we know who the AI inventors are is the size of the companies and the industrial organization, because that is changing. What we see is, and there I'm inviting you to look at the blue bars. You can see that the larger companies were the first movers. But in the recent period, so let's say after 2015, micro and small companies are quite represented among AI innovators and inventors, sorry. And this is something which would be extremely interesting to understand how what this means for the competition or the industrial dynamics, industry life cycle. Well, evidently, this is not a mature industry yet. This is still in the emerging phase. And finally, what we saw was that AI is very much a source of jobs and growth. If you compare our sample of AI active companies with the industry average growth rates, both in terms of employment and turnover in the three periods, so the early 2000s, let's say up to 2010 and after 2010, clearly outperform the industry average. So this means that there is something to look at a bit more closely, which is the motivation why in our follow-up paper we try to use the data set created for this exercise and try to understand a bit more what the impact of artificial intelligence invention or innovative activity is on the productivity of the inventors. And then in a next step, we try to investigate the employment effects. Theory is not necessarily telling us what to expect. I mean, the positive impact of technological change on productivity is well known to this audience, and also the qualifications, so skill bias, technological change, unemployment impacts maybe in the shorter term. And the displacement effect. So I would try to focus a bit more on AI. What you expect from AI is that the positive impact on productivity comes from the increasingly precise forecasts, which the data-based algorithms can provide, and an accelerated frequency of innovations, which might, if organized well, create increased productivity. But of course, organization is a question. There's the productivity paradox that we can see, to rephrase Solo, AI everywhere, but in productivity statistics, or can we? And there are a couple of explanations for why there may be a lag, or whether there may be a smaller magnitude of impact of the new technologies, and we cannot compare this to the classical general purpose technologies like electricity, or simply that ideas are harder to find these days. Or I mean, just to highlight that the theory calls for more empirical studies to better understand what's going on. However, empirical studies and empirical evidence is still scanty and just taking off. And what we recognize is that most of the studies focus on robots and automation, which is about the automotive industry to a great extent. And what we are trying to capture here is something different. There's an interesting paper understood by Alderucci and colleagues who can use US Census Bureau data. I mean, that's everybody's lucky to have access to that. And they see a labor productivity impact. It's not a causal study. What we did here was use a knowledge stock augmented Cobb-Douglas function and a system GMM approach based on the linked Orbis PatStat data set of over 5,000 firms for the period 2000 to 2016. No, a bit less, but amounting to, let's say, 40,000 firm year observations. And our findings can be summarized as more or less 3% productivity growth caused by a doubling of AI patents. And here we also control for companies having non-AI patent, which is also having an effect about 2%. What is interesting is that if we make a breakdown over time, we see that the importance of AI increases in the recent periods. Also interesting finding is that AI is only significant among service firms and SMEs, and physical capital and growth of non-AI patents are only significant for high-tech manufacturing. The way we interpret it is that technological opportunities and activities characterized by lower capital intensities can also be found with the help of AI. and that smaller firms are more agile to respond to the opportunities. And importantly, and this is probably interesting for most of our discussion, is that we need to consider that maturity is starting to kick in from after the crisis, but the limitations apply, and we need to make sure that we are conscious of that. Just a headline of our most recent paper, again with Giacomo, Vincent, and Marco, where we are looking at the possible employment impacts of AI from the supply side. Again, making use of the same data set. Now we are limited to 3,500 firms, and we are looking at sample splits by sector and firm age, as well as the intensity of AI activities. And we are trying to measure a bit the quality of patents, which is of course tricky if you're looking at relatively recent ones. So forward citations would not help, but family size is something we've been testing, and it shows that AI has a positive and significant impact on employment. I mean, AI patent applications. And this is something we interpret as the labor-friendly nature of product innovations in the supply industry, but the magnitude is relatively small. So we see a 3-4% effect, again with the system GMM estimation, and that the service sector and younger firms are where the positive impact is realized. We see some evidence of increasing returns, and again, there is some heterogeneity, but I invite you to read the paper. We have released it as a working paper, and Marco has presented it to the GLO audience. So I would stop here, thanking very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Our next presenter is Cecily Joosten, who will be presenting on robots at work, automatable and non-automatable jobs. So very much a connected topic. Please, Cecily, and I will start to be a little bit more specific on the time and asking actually for our presenters to please end a little bit earlier. So if you would please keep an eye on my screen, I'll be signaling you throughout. Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, I would try. I'm just sharing quickly my screen.
It seems to still be coming up.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
This is,
but I will be quick in terms of my presenting. And I'm aware of the time. I'm just opening the
thank you.
I don't know why it's taking. Yeah, I'm okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm Cecily Joosten, just like you said, and I'm here on behalf of Professor Grace Lorden, who I'm a co-author with on our paper, Robots at Work, Automatable and Non-Automatable Jobs. The paper centers around automatability of jobs and job tasks specifically, and very much relates to what has been said already, particularly in the beginning. So as it's been said already, robots will take our jobs. The only question is when is a very often stated or often mentioned thing in the news and in the media, and it sounds quite scary. But then obviously a more nuanced question that the research has focused on is robots will take some of the jobs, but which ones and when? Yeah, what about the jobs that are created as a result of innovation? And in our paper, we focus specifically on which jobs will be taken by robots in the next decade. And we build on well-established research by Orta and Dawn, that has been also mentioned already, from 2013, who analyze automation using historical data, and Osborne and Frey from 2017, whose paper is forward-looking just like ours and predicts automatability going forward. And in particular, we take Orta and Dawn's classification of occupations that are automatable as given, and only take those that they classify as non-automatable, and look whether there's anything like whether those can be classified as automatable going forward. And we also focus on patents as a proxy for innovation, and as a proxy of what will be on the horizon soon. And I guess, I mean, we've discussed this already also, but the idea being here that if there's many patents, that means that the time that something comes to market will be shorter, and the likelihood of the product or process coming to market is higher. And yeah, our patent analysis is then used to look to the future and asks what occupations will be fully automatable, and what are the occupations that could partly be automated but never fully. So this idea of an occupation that is sort of polarized automatable, where we think of this as something like an example would be psychologists, where there's definitely some platforms or websites that are already provide automated services where people can quickly gain psychological support. But then having a person to talk to in person will always be intrinsically valued. And so, yeah, I guess we've also discussed why this type of research is relevant, but we try to shed light on the types of jobs that are most likely to be automated, and on what skills are relevant for those that are not. And this is also what we are also currently researching a lot on this topic. So trying to find out what skills we need to teach going forward for employees to be prepared basically for the future of work. And in specifically, as I mentioned, we take Orta and Dawn's classification of automatability as a given, and they argue that jobs that are high in routine tasks, so tasks that are repetitive, habitual, and predictable, are more likely to be automated. And so the equation on the slides measures the levels of TRK, TMK, and TAK are the levels of routine, abstract, and manual and abstract tasks inputs for occupation K, respectively. And so from the equation, you can see that the level of routine task intensity increases in absolute and relative values of routine tasks in a given occupation, which is measured in using employee surveys. And they find that roughly 1/3 of the 3-digit occupations they look at are automatable, and we focus on the remaining 2/3 of those occupations to see, sort of reevaluate them, obviously because it's a couple of years after they've published this paper, and also looking at predicting what comes up in the next years. As mentioned already, we make use of the correlation between patent activity and automation. And we assume that the more patents there are for any given occupation, the more likely it is that this specific occupation is either already partially automated or will be automated in the next decade. For this, we use Google Patents. So the platform covers around 87 million patents, and it's publicly available. And worldwide is a worldwide platform. And we focus on patents issued after 2002 because, it's sort of the most recent ones and those that have not yet been expired. And our method is that we, for each of the remaining 201 occupations that were classified as non-automatable by Orta and Dawn, we use those occupations as search terms together with the words robots, automation, and artificial intelligence. And yeah, and depending on how many patents we found, we then classify an occupation as either automatable, polarized automatable, or non-automatable. And as this process is quite manual and subject to our judgment, we also run a sense check using Google News. So for those occupations that we've classified as polarized or fully automatable, we also check whether there's news articles on those to sort of sense check that those patents are actually yeah, that they actually have some value and are being reported on. And we find a very high correlation between our Google patents and our Google News search. And so, yeah, makes us confident that that was a good method. And yeah, and our results. So like I said, each occupation is classified as either non-automatable, polarized automatable, or automatable. And we find sort of common themes across those classifications, where the occupations that are non-automatable often involve human interactions that are valued by people intrinsically, so by customers or yeah. There's a requirement for empathy, non-cognitive skills, and also abstract, creative, or thinking skills. And yeah, and the outlook for those occupations seems relatively bright, where there might even be an increase in the number of jobs if the rents of technologies are captured by society. And I think this speaks also to what has been said already. Then there is those polarized occupations, where the requirements or the features are somewhat similar, but everything is sort of partial. And we see it as some tasks in an occupation might be automatable, whereas others might not. So some of them might require human interaction, might require interpersonal interactions and the need for abstract and strategic and thinking skills, but others not. And so it has the same sort of, it feeds back into the sort of, future outlook, where there's, there might be partial automation of some tasks within an occupation, but again, if the rents from technology are shared within the economy, people might demand more services and goods, and might demand sort of, and those occupations might still increase in employment. And then, yeah, and then there's automatable jobs that often consist of very predictable sequences, and human interaction might not be valued as much. And those are sort of in decline unless there's, yeah, the only barriers would be sort of laws, physical infrastructure, cost of technology, and culture, and those kind of things. And yeah, and then what we did next was we matched our classifications of those 3 automation classifications with the EU labor force survey data from 2013 to 16, and find that around 47% of jobs in the EU are at risk of being automated. This relates strongly to Frey and Osborne, who also look in the future, but and is obviously larger than Auto and Dawn because we have done this in additional analysis. And yeah, there's more occupations that are automatable as compared to polarized automatable. And what was quite interesting is that there's a large variation in shares of automation across Europe. That's explained by the variation in different industries. But yeah, Finland has the lowest share of jobs that are automatable with 21%. And countries like Croatia, Czech Republic, Italy, and Latvia have the highest. And then to test our intuitions that I mentioned earlier, that the occupations that we classified as automatable are the ones that are low in people tasks. We use a well-established classification used by Lorden and Pischke. They basically categorize occupations into 3 categories: people, brains, and bronze. People is occupations that have people interactions day to day. Brains have strategic, creative, abstract thinking skills day to day. And bronze sort of are occupations that are high in physical interactions. And we regress our automatable classification, so automatable occupations and polarized occupations, polarized automated occupations on those 3 classifications and their interactions. And you can see from the table that jobs that are high in brains, there's a strong negative correlation that is significant, and that sort of speaks to what I said earlier, that those jobs are safest from automation. The interaction on people and brains is negative and significant. Again, sort of the importance of people and brain and thinking skills. And brawn, which is the physical interactions in an occupation, seems to be most likely to be automated. And yeah, now quickly summarizing, I'm aware of the time. So as I said, we find that 47% of the jobs will be automatable in the near future. But it's key to highlight that our estimates are based on static models. So if firms do automate and growth will be stimulated, obviously, employment might increase overall. And the key takeaway, and that's also part of what we focus on right now, is the importance of people and thinking skills. So it will be important to sort of job-proof the employees of the future to be shielded and prepared to what is to come for the future of work. And currently, we analyze a large data set of job adverts. And worldwide, between 2013 and now, to analyze wage premium to different skills on the job, i.e. like what skills are better paid, sort of. And ideally also to analyze which skills have been increasingly demanded over time to make sort of a clearer call on what really people skills and thinking skills really means. So yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. If we could please pass to Natalie Greenan, who will be presenting Why Do Employees Participate in Innovations, Skills and Organizational Design Issues, and the Ongoing Technological Transformation. Please, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Now, you see my screen? Okay, so I first would like to thank Klaus Zimmermann and Marco Vivarelli and the GLOW International Network to give me the opportunity to participate into this workshop. So the work that I'm going to present today has been conducted jointly with Silvia Napolitano. So the title is Why Do Employees Participate in Innovation, Skills and Organizational Design Issues in the Ongoing Technological Transformation. So first, what do we call the ongoing? How can we characterize the ongoing technological transformation? First, it is a stage in a technological revolution that has started around the 1970s with the invention of the microprocessor, allowing to enter the age of information and telecommunication. According to Carlota Perez, it is the 5th technological revolution. So in this 5th technological revolution, we are in the 3rd acceleration phase. We had a first acceleration phase in the 1980s with the diffusion of the personal computer, a second acceleration phase in the 1990s with the diffusion of the internet use. And now we are in the 3rd acceleration phase with increased connectivity and increased data use throughout the production processes. What is interesting also to note is in this phase, there is also the development of government programs supported by the engineering community around the idea that Industry 4.0 is likely to revitalize manufacturing, and Industry 4.0 is a cluster of technological innovations around Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence, robots, big data, and 3D printing. In the economic literature, technological change is often described as an exogenous shock, with a deterministic impact on productivity, in particular in the presence of a general purpose technology, but most of us think that we are facing a general purpose technology, with also a deterministic impact on the structure of jobs, on the tasks, content of jobs, on skill needs, and also on employment preserving macro adjustments. This view is shared by the engineering community that focuses on the optimization of the technical properties of equipment, assuming that it drives economic performance and that the substitution of the human by the machine is the best solution. And from this idea comes the idea that comes the concept of bottlenecks that are barriers to further substitution of human by the machine. The empirical results and the empirical results in the handbook that are in the chapters of the handbook show, however, that there are ambiguous productivity effects, that there is a great diversity in job redesign and within sector job restructuring. And also, and that has been shown by some work of Marco Vivarelli, there is no automaticity of compensation mechanism at the macro level. So this calls for moving away from a technocentric approach by questioning the choice set of actors within organization. And this is the main issue of our chapter in the handbook. We start from one idea that has been mentioned earlier this morning by Mario Pianta, which is that technological change is socially determined. If we agree with the assumption that there is an increase in the innovation intensity of technology, we also know that technology users are going to be determined by social processes within organizations, and these social processes happen with a slower pace. This is because there are some inertial forces within organizations, and these inertial forces are in the way framework conditions for their survival. We also know that there is a long process of genesis and stabilization of users, of technology users that are going to displace the technological frontier. And as a result, an emerging phenomenon is not always a revolution. And a lot of the narratives that have been produced around today's technological transformation is around emerging phenomenon. We also know that the content of work is changing slowly because of routines and working habits. And in a way, to synthesize, we can say that organizations are going to, by absorbing the technological change, are going to moderate the disruptive nature of innovations. Some previous work on technological change in the 1990s have showed that to become more effective, technological change have to come together with organizational changes, and these organizational changes are going to be more gradual. These organizational changes simultaneously concern management tools, organizational structures, work practices, and skill sets. In the literature, there's the concept of productive complementarity, which is interesting because it captures the ideas that tangible and non-tangible investment reinforce the performance of one another in the change process. And this calls for radical changes. All the changes need to be conducted together if we want the highest level of performance to be attained. However, the inertia of routines and trade-offs in organizational design between the old and the new system is likely to slow down the organizational transformation. And in the end, what we see in empirical studies is that it is a co-evolution rather than direct instant complementarity. So it is important to understand how organizations are going to take advantage of new opportunities opened by high-paced technological change, because this is not written in the technology. We first know with some work by Piva and Vivarelli that high skill endowments are likely moderators, because high skill endowments lead to faster implementation of new technologies and increase the absorption of externally available knowledge. Another issue is not going to be at the input level, but at the organizational level. It is the issue of designing adaptive organizational changes, that is, organizational changes that are going to make the transition or the absorption of the technological change easier, less costly for the organization. So an adaptive organizational form is a stable organizational structure with some dynamic properties. And with these dynamic properties, it is going to strike the right balance in the number of trade-offs between new opportunities change versus established practices continuity, between exploration, innovation versus exploitation, standardization, between flexibility, agility versus productivity improvement, cost reductions, between creativity and control. So in the literature that we have surveyed, we found, especially in the strategic management literature, some concepts of adaptive organizational forms. For example, the idea that some structural forms can be ambidextrous. They can have the ability to do innovation, exploration and exploitation at the same time. Or also the idea of enabling bureaucracy that will facilitate the technological transformation. However, in this literature, there is a common hypothesis that is quite interesting, that has been discussed in a paper by Adler and co-authors. It is that in the 1990s and up to the Great Recession, ICTs, together with management tools targeting the optimization of business processes up and down the value chain, have favored exploitation rather than exploration. So to take full advantage of the new opportunities related with the digital technologies, a new balance would be needed to move forward towards more exploration. I'm just going to show you a graph that is a kind of evidence of this dominance of an exploitation strategy. So it is from French Working Conditions Survey. It is a score of procedural autonomy of employees. And what we see here is that over the last 2 decades, procedural autonomy has been decreasing in all occupation, but more in the top level occupation, the executive and the middle management, than in the bottom level occupation. Here for unskilled blue collar workers, we see that it's the only occupation where it has been increasing. So this could be interpreted as an evidence of the dominance of the exploitation strategy in the average French company, but you find the same type of result also when you look at EU-wide surveys. What the literature on strategic management also say is that digital technology are, as far as adaptive organizational forms are concerned, are likely to be game changers by opening the boundaries of organizations and by changing the locus of innovation from within the organization to its boundaries. So a main issue at stake in the ongoing technological transformation is going to be related to work environments, to how it's contributes to committing employees and self-employed to sharing knowledge and new ideas with co-workers and partners. So this is stated by Bodrozik and Adler in a very interesting 2018 paper as a knowledge management issue in networks. In our chapter, we state it as the need for organizations to manage the participation constraints of individuals to organizational change and innovation within and across the boundaries of the organization. So this opened a new research agenda that is not, well, in fact, there are not many studies on this research agenda in the innovation research, especially in the economy field, around the fact of addressing the work experience of employees facing organizational change in increasing turbulent organizational environments. So I mentioned here the literature that we found in our review. There's a very small literature in the economic fields and more studies on this topic in other disciplines than economy. And I will move to my last slides. There are different ways to approach this issue. It can be approached at the workstation level by analyzing the paradoxical experience of technology. And there it seemed it would be interesting to build collaboration between engineering sciences and social sciences on technological projects at the design stage. And with some colleagues from CNAM and other institutions, we have issued a call for paper for Canadian bilingual review called Relations Industrielles and Industrial Relations on experience the duality of technologies by crossing disciplinary perspectives. So it is, you are welcome to share your work if you are interested. It can be also approached at the company level through the analysis of linked employer-employee data sets on the dynamics of organizations and work. And following the Meadows project that I coordinated with Edward Lawrence, there are now some surveys in Finland, Denmark, Luxembourg, and also some questions in the European company survey that could be used to address this question. However, there is the issue of designing new questions to approach organizational practices that are going to equip relationships within networks in global value chains. And lastly, at the macro level, this could be approached through linking employer level surveys on technological progress and innovation with employee level surveys on work organization and working conditions. This is what we are doing with Silvia Napolitano in the Beyond 4.0 Horizon 2020 projects with two main challenges. The first one is, and that has been also found in a previous presentation this morning, is that the anonymization strategies of public data, of employer public data are main obstacles for linking employer and employee level data. And the second challenge is the development of the platform economy that is transforming the employer-employee relationship. And I'm going to stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And that was exactly 15 minutes.
I'm checking also.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Our next presentation is on the skill sets for prospective careers of highly qualified labor. And this is from Derek Meissner. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I hope it works. Yes, I think you can see it. One second, I will be short to keep the time. When we talk about skill sets for researchers, we all know from our own personal experience, it's very valuable. So this is one skill, keeping the message short and still convincing. probably. Let's start about that. In the first instance, a few highlights from our chapter paper here, which we did together with Natalia Schmatko and Leonid Kochberg. We looked at the Russian labor market for highly qualified, especially engineers, scientists, researchers, PhDs, and so on. And we find that we find the labor market, of course, is increasingly polarized, and we see a strong gap between lowly and highly skilled labor. And we have the impression and the fear that especially the mid-level qualification is continuing to decline. That calls for different skill sets and competencies, which are usually following technologies as they are developing. So the problem is, in the first instance, the technologies emerge, the technologies diffuse in the market, but the skills are just lagging behind in development. So we have the technology first, and then we start thinking, how can we use that? That is a little bit too late in some cases. On the other hand, so the question and the challenge is, of course, how do we detect the technology, the competences, the skills which we need for handling and mastering the unknown technology in the future? So it's a little bit a chicken egg problem which we still have. Now, among the solutions is certainly focusing and looking at the soft skills, because the soft skills, they certainly develop or contribute to developing in the hard skills, in a sense to handle and to manage technologies, develop technologies as well, over a long period. And for that, now I would like to put a link to Natalia. Natalia, what we heard previously, when we talk about the organizations and how the organizations enable employees to leverage their potential. Goes exactly that way. It's not about the training of doctoral students, for example, but it's about the question, how do you design the workplace and the environment which is attractive for them, for these highly qualified guys to make a career, be it in the industry, in the service sector, in a digital or in the non-digital economy, whatever it is. So it's more or less very, very increasingly soft factors which influence a decision that has to do with psychology of people and such things. So it's a little bit beyond now. The digital skills, I don't think we need to talk much about that. This is meanwhile standard, especially after a year sitting in the home offices, most of us, and also the engineers doing much about the remote work. So digital skills, this has become standard. Now it's included in all teaching educational systems. It's used frequently in daily life. So here I believe we see the recent pandemic as a booster for using the digital skills and the digital technologies which were in place earlier already. But we didn't have the real momentum which forced us to break out from our existing established routines and start using that. This is quite obvious. Again, human beings. Mobility of people, that is an issue which will gain another momentum probably next year or the next 5 years, because also what we see in light of the digital environment, people start working together in a collaborative effort if they trust each other. And the trust doesn't come from a digital communication. This is personal relation, and personal relation via a screen is a different story than a face-to-face. And the more we go into sensitive issues, be it in the science community or in the industrial community, it's becoming sensitive when you have a competitive advantage over someone else, be it a colleague or whatsoever. So you need to be sure what you disclose is not being abused, is not being a subject of a leakage, things like that. So the mobility, I'm sure, will increase, and we will see such mobility schemes in the future as well. And in line with the mobility, what do we see over the last decades, or increasingly PhD students or any engineer, we have a stronger set of interdisciplinary skills. We have a stronger ability of doing multitasking. So the usual statement like multitasking is for a certain share of people only, not true anymore. Multitasking in terms and light with mobility is clearly on the rise. It also goes with communication in different environments, since you're just entering different communities, different ecosystems in terms of morale and ethic and standard skills. You have to communicate. No communication will mean that you're knocked out from the community, which is a bad idea. Now, in terms of the organizations, I shouldn't repeat what we heard a second before. Now, what are the main issues now in terms of the future for the labor markets? Number one is technology fusion. While it's usually increasing, we should be ready and prepared, thinking beyond the border and changing, revising the curricula for education, not only at the tertiary level, but it starts already at the primary level and the level before. Even the level before. The core is the request here is for labor market policies get away from looking only at the tertiary labor market, at the tertiary educational level. It's a seamless thing. So it starts very, very early. It starts with giving birth. This is a matter of training education, which is not influenceable by any policies. That is clear. We see also with comparability of educational systems, this is, in my view, very much problematic. A degree from one university is not similar to another one. School, the same. And preschool education, come on, you cannot compare how different parents train and teach and raise their kids. This is mission impossible. So probably here also there's a huge issue to stop to some extent with everlasting comparison, benchmarking, and ranking. That is issues which come indeed from nature, from the individuals. So this is a clear point. Impact in the education system, probably at the tertiary level, yes, but not before. Tertiary level, nothing against Bologna, but much against Bologna at that moment, since it's too structured, it's too formal. What I see when designing an educational program, give the students freedom. But when you give them freedom, how do you create them? This is the big problem. So here, probably at the policy level, return to more freedom in education, which enhances creativity and in the end, what we see, labor productivity. At that moment, we should not forget that the digital economy in which we are living now is more or less the result of what we saw in education and training back in the 1970s, 80s, 1990s. So this is not the result of training and education policy of the 2000s. The whole thing started much, much earlier. We're just taking now the fruits, and we reap the fruits of an investment done 50 years earlier. At the same time, this is again, we skills develop over decades. So we do not influence by no means on a very, very short note. Technological progress is not about destruction, but the change and the renovation, the adjustment of jobs. This is clear. It's not necessarily meaning jobs are replaced by machines. Certainly not. But it requires, and again, if we have a certain momentum, it will require and force people to adjust. And we will see it, that people are willing and ready to adjust, as we saw it now during this pandemic, where many, many people worked remotely, and suddenly it worked overnight, but it had to have a strong impact. So this increasing gap is okay. So what are the expectations now in Russia? So we see in the next 5 years, certainly a stronger request for specialized knowledge. So the specialist is in very high demand. For the specialist, for the person himself or herself, it might be a bit problematic since technological fields are undergoing development. So either you keep up, or that's what they say here, it's like you keep up with the latest trends. That means lifelong learning. If you don't do it, you're out. You're a specialist for a week, you're a specialist for 1 for one short life cycle of your product technology, but when you're done. Second is about methods and techniques. So it's not necessarily only about the technology, but the underlying approach, how to develop, how to handle that. Work experience here, collaborative work, project experience, various information, data analysis. So that is an issue which becomes important, especially in light of big data. I find it, I'll show you the last slide. I have 2 minutes, I get it. Compiling big data sets, analyzing big data sets is one thing. Everybody can do it. The big question is, what do you do with the results? How do you interpret the results which come from the big data analysis? And this is the big point where we see a strong weakness with most. And I admit, if I see the analysis for big data analysis, semantic maps, I just start looking, oh my gosh, what is this? So it gets more and more problematic. And here the challenge is that those people are in charge and position to take a decision based on big data analysis. They need to understand what they see. This is a competence which is not in place so far. Now, some factors for different career paths, but academic career path and actually similar in the non-academic research career path for doctorate holders is about recognition. Bingo. Number one in the academic community. Number two here in the non-academic industry community as well. So it is not necessarily a financial bonus, but it is recognition. Show them that you like them and appreciate what they did. And then they are a little bit more loyal. Mobility, okay, this is part of the whole thing, but recognition and application of what you're doing is the most important. This is going clearly back to the culture, the climate which you see. I will conclude here. I shorten in any case. So for some sector-specific digital skills, it doesn't matter now here, but here we come to big data. Now the skill to visualize data and make it transparent and communicate the results. Not necessarily just running that, but understanding that and drawing conclusions that goes in line with statistics, mathematics, and predictive modeling to identify forthcoming trends and the like. So I am done for so far. I'm sure we will find some more time for a nice discussion on that, but it's all written in the book chapter, much more extensive and broad. In any case, don't hesitate. I am happy to send you more up-to-date statistics and thoughts as usual. Thanks a lot.
Thank you kindly. Now, last but not least, we have the final presentation of one of the chapters, which is on platform work and economic insecurity, evidence from Italian survey data. This will come to us from Dario Guarascio. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me and see the slides?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, great. So, well, I am up for a terrible task, which is torturing you with this very last presentation. Hope that you still have some energy to follow. Let me start by thanking Marco, Klaus, and the GLO for this fantastic opportunity and for the opportunity to learn a lot of things today and to discuss with you. Well, my presentation deals with an issue, which is platform work, that we deal with Valeria Cirillo, Francesco Bogliacino, and Cristiano Codagnone, but most of the, let's say, part of this presentation relates to a very recent work, a joint work with Valeria again, and with Zach Parolin, which is a colleague with whom we went further in investigating the relationship between platform work and economic insecurity, as I will show you in a minute. So let me set the framework first, and then I will go through the paper presentation. Of course, making some reference to the issues that we deal with even in a more descriptive and conceptual way within the chapter of the handbook. Well, we deal with platform work and economic insecurity that I would say is one of the key issues within the broad analytical and policy challenge named the platform economy. Some of the previous presentations already mentioned this acronym. What we are talking about is something that is related to the fact that digital platforms or big techs, if you like, are now the, let's say, dominant corporations in both advanced and developed economies. We know, of course, Alphabet, Amazon, Facebook, and all the platforms that are in our everyday lives and that are, of course, at the top of the stock markets in the US, but leading markets all across the world. But at the same time, we know that with the development of the platform economy, we have also deep changes occurring at the labor market level in terms of income and power distribution, I would say, that are challenging, I would say, regulators, governments, and the academic world as well in terms of analysis of the phenomenon and interpretation of it and measurement as well. Well, with the pandemic that we are hopefully getting out of, at least in some of our countries, we saw also a huge increase in the size and scope of platform work, of the platform economy. And this is mostly due to the fact that social distancing and stay-at-home orders led to a huge and rapid increase in the demand of digital services or of digitally enhanced services. Think about food delivery or, more in general, the delivery of a large array of goods via platform intermediation. But let me, introducing the discussion, trying to set some of the key elements related to the characteristics of the platform business model, what makes it so pervasive nowadays. Well, Shoshana Zuboff has just published this very influential book with a provocative title, Surveillance, the Age of Surveillance Capitalism. Well, the title is not so misplaced because she identified in the ownership of both data and of technological infrastructure allowing to exploit and harness data, the key characteristic of the platform business model, and in particular, the element allowing platforms to expand, both within markets, but also through countries, sectors, and also to provide services which are scalable, in the sense that once the platform is set and the key technologies are under control, then the diffusion of goods and services occurs basically at no cost, with, on the other hand, a huge and rapid increase in the power and economic value of platforms. On the other hand, we have the relationship between the development of platforms on one side and what occurs at labor on the other. Well, platform work and the diffusion of digital platforms more in general goes hand in hand with a phenomenon which was already here since at least 20, if not 30 years, meaning the fragmentation of work, the casualization. Someone talked about the fissurization of work, namely the lack of protection for an increasing amount of jobs and of contractual types, the diffusion of poorly paid and insecure work all across both advanced and less developed economies. But with the diffusion of digital technologies, we have seen an acceleration along this path, together with the adoption of very high-tech procedures and techniques related to the use of algorithms in order to monitor and control and manage work. Okay, and this is another key feature of digital platforms. So we have, in a way, with the development of this, let's say, part of the ICT technological trajectory, this very last part of the ICT technological trajectory, in a way, the conjunction of the old, so tailor type organizational work in some respect, precarization of work, and use of digital technologies, in particular artificial intelligence technologies, big data, Internet of Things. To finally set the stage and the framework of the analysis that I'm going to present in a minute, these are just some data showing you the discontinuity represented by the pandemic in terms of increasing usage of digital platforms, in particular platforms providing offline services, so services provided in the real world, but organized, directed, and mediated by digital platforms. So before the pandemic, we used to think at the platform economy and the platform work as a marginal phenomenon, so to say, even if with challenges that need to be addressed. Now, I would say that we have to think at this phenomenon as a more structural one that is larger and that can percolate in a way in other sectors and in more standard jobs and firms. Okay, so basically our aim with the analysis that I'm going to present is to provide some additional empirical evidence on top of this scant empirical evidence, I would say, concerning the diffusion, the relevance, and the characteristics of platform work. And I would go back to this and why we have scant empirical evidence and we have problems of representativeness of the empirical evidence on this so important issue. But then we will deal with a more pressing question, according to us, which is how much platform work represents a frontier of precariousness, so to say, a frontier of vulnerability in terms of economic conditions within the labor market. So we have some evidence on the US and Europe concerning how large is the platform economy, how many are those involved in the platform economy, ranging from the 0.5% of US estimations that have now been updated to larger figures going to the 2%. The 2% is also an estimation provided by the European Commission for the European case, while in the Italian case, I participated in some earlier projects telling us that the relevance in terms of size is close to the 2%, but still we are around this kind of numbers for almost all the advanced economies, even if there are some local peculiarities. Concerning the qualitative characteristics of the platform economy, and in particular the elements related to labor market risks and labor market issues more in general, we have that most of the analysis and of the surveys that are available tell us about a concentration of low-income workers, of workers with poor contracts in terms of safeguards against social risks. We have a literature on the health risks, on the psychological pressures in terms of alienation that is suffered by those working for these kind of platforms, irrespective if the tasks are performed offline or online. And then there is plenty of legal literature about the problems of qualification of the status, the employment status of platform workers, okay? So, as I said, thanks to a unique and I would say very solid database on Italy concerning the diffusion of platform work, we are in the condition to ask and hopefully to reply to the following research question. First, what are the demographic characteristics of platform workers in Italy? Second, to what extent these workers face disadvantages in terms of income that are stronger vis-a-vis the rest of the workforce? And how can we qualify or characterize these workers when we compare them systematically to the other jobs within the occupational structure and also to unemployed, to the unemployed? So in a way, we are trying to characterize in the more systematic possible way these categories of workers. As I said, this is partly due to a huge resource that we have relying on this participation, labor and employment survey that I developed together with other colleagues when I was in INAP, which is the National Institute for Public Policy Analysis in Italy. This is a survey basically very similar to the labor force survey, involving a sample of 45,000 individuals, representative for a multitude of strata, as you can see. And this is an advantage because most of the evidence and of the data available on platforms is affected by a lack of representativeness, as is based on non-probabilistic sampling strategies. And then we have a gig economy ad hoc module providing a lot of information on platform workers and allowing to do the comparison that I mentioned before. So very quickly, because I think I have no more than 5 minutes at best.
You have 2 minutes, as a matter of fact.
2 minutes. Okay, so let me run faster. Okay, first of all, the ID card of platform workers, which are, according to our estimation, less than the 1% of the Italian workforce, but we believe that they've increased after the pandemic. Well, mostly young people, but still there is not overwhelming populated by youngsters, the platform work population in Italy. We have no particular distribution in terms of education. There is an interesting share of single parent families within platform worker, and this raises some alarm bells about the profile of vulnerable workers within this group. And we have that platform workers are underrepresented among families with above 3,000 euros monthly income. When we come to a more explicit indicators of economic vulnerability, we have a slightly larger share of platform workers within our sample. So let's go to the regressions. I have no time for the details. Basically, the first exercise that we ran is an estimation of the determinants of platform work in order, again, to verify if some specific patterns can be identified. Well, young people is, of course, significantly represented, but we have also that people living in large cities is likely to work for these platforms, and people with low income, let's say low income families, have more likely to have individuals participating to platform work, and unemployed people is also more likely to participate into platform work. Finally, these are really my very final slides. We estimated the relationship between participating into platform and the degree of economic insecurity, the probability of being vulnerable in terms of, let's say, affording unexpected expenditures. And well, we find a positive and significant effect throughout specification, despite we control for a large number of income-related controls and controls that are very important and used in the literature on poverty, for example, to characterize economic vulnerability, for example, income level of the family, education level, employment status, people with disability within the family, and so on and so forth. We control with a propensity score matching these results in order to control for potential selection effects, because of course we can think that those who are more vulnerable are also more likely to get into platform work because maybe they have no alternatives in terms of employment. And in fact, we do confirm our baseline result. And this is through also adopting a large set of different propensity score matching techniques in order of replacement and non-replacement techniques. So this is my final slide, and then I will be very happy if some questions or clarifications are asked for. And what you can see here is that platform workers in Italy are significantly more vulnerable as compared to all other occupational categories. So these coefficients mean that vis-a-vis platform workers, from managers to elementary occupations, all these occupations have a lower probability of being economically vulnerable in terms of being not able to afford unexpected expenses. And that we have no significant difference vis-a-vis unemployed. So basically, we can say that platform workers are a category that can be considered at the frontier of economic vulnerability. And this confirms that in terms of challenges, both in terms of analysis and of labor policies, I would say, this kind of work that is of course related to technological developments needs further attention and an urgent policy intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. These have been some really stimulating discussions, and I'm sure we're all looking forward to having the chance to actually talk about them. So for the last part of this session, let's actually move to a general discussion, which will be, I think, introduced by Pierre Monen. Pierre, please.
Thank you, Michaela. Well, thank you, Klaus and Marco, for asking me to be part of and to discuss these papers. I very much appreciated reading and listening to these various presentations. At the beginning, I thought, oh, 10 papers on the same issue, there should be a lot of repetition. But no, I think these 10 chapters, there is very little overlap. And that is very nice. What I would suggest is, in organizing these chapters, I don't know if you have already discussed this, I would suggest to start with Mario's paper. Mario is very provocative. He depicts technical change as being, in a sense, very bad for employment. There are lots of problems, inequality, and so on. Whereas towards the end of the chapters, like the last presentation by Natalie and by Dario, it rather seems, it rather seems that that's the situation now, and let's make the best out of it, and let's see how we can change the organization within an enterprise, within society, to work with this new technological development. So I would suggest to start with Mario, and then the second chapter, I think, would be Eva's chapter, because she talks about data. The data about how do you measure innovation, how do you measure performances, what kind of data do you have, and then she proposes this new data set, the micro moment database. So I think this is a nice way to start and to localize the future studies given the data that are available. And then would be Marco's chapter, which is the more Schumpeterian traditional approach, which is also generally my approach. And then Bernard with the cyclical aspect of it. Then I would say maybe one thing that is maybe a little bit maybe not missing, because Mehmet mentioned it, is the developing countries. The countries in the South, maybe they have something particular given these problems. And it might be interesting to have a separate chapter on developing countries alone. But as I said, Mehmet has already partly covered it. Then I would go to 3 particular papers looking at 3 particular aspects of the issue. Sicily on the robots, the automation. Daniel about robotics, and Dario about the last one we have just heard about platforms. And then finally, two chapters that, as I said, end kind of positively, looking at the organizational aspect, Natalie within the firm, and there more the question of education. Now, there could also be maybe another chapter there about policies, what kind of macro policies, in addition to education and developing skills and flexibility and adaptability, what kind of institutional changes could be set up to cope with the problems of innovation and employment. Then in terms of, yes, innovation and employment has been the main aspect. And most of the study look at the direct effects. Now, Marco has also mentioned all the indirect effects, but the indirect effects, and I think Mehmet also mentioned this, it would be interesting to have a bit more structural chapters, structural approaches, structural models that look also at the effects, for instance, of innovation on the environment, and hence the indirectly what the environmental effects will have on employment, what the effects of innovation on specialization, offshoring, international trade, and how this will have an effect on employment. So a little bit more of the complexities of the effects of innovation on employment. That might be interesting also to develop a bit more. And maybe final point is also to look, and it has been done, in particular, Daniel has done it, is to look also at the effects on productivity, and not just the effect of innovation on employment. And he found that there was a small positive effect on productivity, but I wonder whether there is not more of an effect if you let time develop. It's a bit like the introduction of electricity, as Paul David has shown. It took time before it showed up. Same thing with computer. It took time before we saw the improvement in productivity in the data. And maybe the same thing with robotics and automation. After some while, we'll see a positive effect. Maybe productivity is not measured correctly. Some of these effects of automation are not captured by our productivity measures. And a final point is there is also, I mean, if you come to think of it, look at the mining industry. And in many developing countries, it's still the fact that people have to go and work with their hands to extract some primary inputs from the mines. Whereas now we work with machines in the developing countries. Isn't it so much nicer to have machines? Fine machines replace labor. But then you can use that replaced labor to do less dirty jobs. So in the end, there is an increase in well-being, even if in the short term, we see an increase in unemployment. So those are some of my remarks. I can also go in some particular questions regarding, for instance, Cecily's paper, which I found quite interesting, making the distinction, I mean, comparing it to Frey and Osborne's classification. You have a three-way classification. It seems to me that some of the non-automatable jobs in Frey and Osborne classification, you get some of them in the polarized automation. So it's kind of in between the non-automatable and the automatable. But isn't the question so much about jobs, but as about tasks? Because a job can have a number of tasks, some of which can be automatable and some cannot be automatable. So shouldn't the reflection more be in terms of tasks than jobs? Yeah, maybe I should stop here to leave time for other questions.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Are there any comments that our panelists would like to give back to the initial suggestions from our colleague? Please, Marco. I'm sorry, you're still on mute.
I would like to really thank Pierre, because he was able to suit together, putting together the different pieces of our discussion. So that was great. Just a qualification. In the handbook section, we have actually the final chapter by Arup Mitra and co-author that is devoted to developing countries. And in general terms, his summary and discussion seems to reveal a positive impact of both domestic and foreign technologies on local employment, maybe increasing the competitive advantages of the country in the international labor. So there is a chapter, but there wasn't time to go in issues of developing countries, but it's absolutely important. I'm sorry, I leave the floor for other comments and qualification. I have a question, but I can respond later on.
Can I start with the question to the platform economy presentation? Of course, we all understand that these kind of jobs are often done at very poor, bad conditions and insecure and so on. Theoretically, in economics in general, we would expect that if you, for instance, if you have a more risky occupation or more uncertain one, you should get a higher wages, yes. And often in normal jobs, it doesn't turn out also there. That's even if we look at compensating wage differentials. How is this in that kind of sector? What is the evidence? Is it possible to identify higher wages, ceteris paribus, if there's higher risk?
Well, I would say, well, first of all, in our case, we are mainly focusing on low-skill tasks performed on platforms.
Okay.
So you may want to refer to platforms like Upwork, for example, organizing medium high skill tasks. But still, in general, I would say that what happens with platforms is basically a kind of organizational discontinuity with a strong polarization of power on the way work is organized, is measured, is remunerated, in the end of those who control the algorithm, basically. And so for workers, most of the time, you have both high risks and low wages. So you do not have a kind of compensation story related to the fact that since they bear higher risks, there can be a kind of compensation in this respect. And I would say that this is irrespective of the kind of tasks that we are considering.
Yeah, but I mean, I was always thinking that in the future, yes, I mean, the platform jobs would be mainly, I mean, would be not mainly, but largely by high-skilled workers who enjoy to decide when they work. Yes, they have an uncertainty. Yes, they cannot get this job, but they work for many companies or in different ways, but they also get higher income. So this is not yet observable in the platform economy. Or is just you're not researching? Or just,
no.
We are looking for open ends.
This goes, of course, beyond what we have done, and this is very interesting. So potentially, it is interesting to be done. I would say that now there is a clear overlap, or at least a partial overlap, between the literature on platform work as it has been developed so far, and the literature on algorithmic management and on, let's say, outsourcing and processes fragmentation via platforms that are both within corporation and also external to corporation. This, of course, has a huge effect on how work is organized, is remunerated, and we don't know yet which is the ultimate effect, I would say, that this can have on jobs. And I would say that this is an important stream of research. There is, for example, Jeremiah's Adam Prasl that is studying this kind of stuff from a legal standpoint in the UK. A lot of interesting research, and also in the US. But still, I would say that we need more evidence, and in some respects, we need an interdisciplinary approach. Because in order to understand platform work, we need to understand legal implications, organizational implications. Let's say standard labor economics models really do not do the trick if you would like to understand properly what's going on.
I see that in the meantime, a colleague has written a comment in the chat box.
I can reply to Francis, thanking you for the question. Well, of course, we know that our robustness check, maybe I was running too fast, so I didn't have the time to underline this, is of course a robustness check on observable characteristics that, by the way, are a lot. So we are confident that at least in terms of observable characteristics, we control for many factors that are likely to affect the degree of economic vulnerability characterizing individuals. Still, there can be, and most probably there is, an amount of endogeneity that we cannot control for because it's related to unobservable factors. We are thinking about potential instrumental variables, maybe related to institutional factors or to local characteristics that might induce individuals to participate into platform work. We control for unemployment rates, by the way, but still there are factors that we can think about as potential instruments. And so thank you for a very well placed comment.
Good. I see that there are no further hands up, but please, colleagues, if I'm sorry, Mehmet, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you all to the presenters. I've learned a lot from the discussion and the presentation. One thing that I was thinking about in our modeling of this employment effects of technological change and innovation, we are working generally with single equations or single models. Is there scope for thinking as future research about simultaneous evolution of innovation, technological change, productivity, and employment? So instead of relying on reduced equations, sort of simultaneous equation modeling that also takes into account some kind of endogeneity. Is it feasible in this context? Maybe that's something where we can exchange views on this through emails or through correspondence. So that's what I want to say. Maybe we need to think about the title. Thank you.
Please, Marco.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question to Cecily. If I understood well, the identification of the automatable jobs have been done through a text analysis, patenting, looking for some keywords like robots, automation, and on the other end, mentioned occupations. Like, for instance, if I remember well, in this it was named the truck driver. And now my point is how to distinguish substitution and complementarities, because some automation technologies would actually be complementary to jobs. For instance, about an advanced GPS kind of device or truck drivers. this is something related to automation, but is not substituting, but is complementary to the truck driver. So is there kind of assumption that when automation and robots are mentioned together, some occupation in the same text within a patent, this is labor saving, or there's a kind of filter in order to single out the substitution effects versus the complementary?
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry. Was it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that speaks sort of, and that's sort of why we came up with this polarized automatable classification, because I think that speaks to this complementarity that you just described, where obviously if, yeah, a taxi driver might have like some devices that help them to sort of drive faster, and then it might increase productivity, I guess, and might not necessarily reduce labor. And so that's sort of, that we try to capture this with our sort of polarized automatable classification, whereas our automatable classification really is when there's like a lot of patents that have been developed and that seem to be sort of really replacing an occupation entirely, rather than just aspects of it, or like really complementing specific aspects of an occupation. But yeah, like you said, this is quite, so it's a text-based analysis and was quite sort of manual in a way, but I think it allows to sort of really look at what's out there and really distinguish between those like different aspects. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, thank you.
In view of time, I'm wondering, Marco, would you like to slowly wrap up the session, or are there further urgent comments from our colleagues?
Well, I could give some final remarks, Marco, if I may. I mean, we have had a wonderful presentation of that section. Also, it was only a selection of 20 papers. Yes, I have to remind us, we have had a tour de force through a large number of areas. Since I was doing innovation research earlier in my academic career, I was recognizing a lot of topics I found valuable at that time when I was doing that research, and I see that this is still important. These are still important topics, but also we have seen a large number of new challenging ideas, and Pierre Mohn has added a number of things to the agenda. So we have lots of things to do. Now, the chance is that, of course, there are many other sections in the handbook. And some of the suggestions we heard to, let's say, go to look into the effects on environment, for example, or on the issue of offshoring and so on, are actually hopefully doable together with other sections. So, so the idea is that, and this also takes up some of the suggestions to how can we continue collaborating. So the idea of the handbook is also to give the large network of people working together with GLO, for instance, but also beyond, a chance to collaborate further, deeper in certain directions they find useful. And so I hope that from this event and others which will follow, we also see more initiative to do joint research on areas where we have seen empty slots, or wide fields, so to speak, to extend the audience. And I mean, I'm not sure whether Marco wants to add more at this end, but from my point of view, I would be happy to say thank you to all of you for a wonderful afternoon, and let's get to the end and the deserved end of this afternoon session.
Absolutely. I joined Klaus in thanking all the participants. It was a very
a little bit tiring maybe and tight section, but very interesting and alive. So I really thank all of you again. And of course we have to keep in touch as a community interested in this issue. Thank you to Klaus again for the overall setting.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. And yeah, okay, then Michaela, you may want to close. You have the last word.
Oh, what a privilege. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you to the speakers for being so flexible and giving as much of your input as you could, given the very short amount of time that was allocated to you. Thank you for the 20 remaining participants, you're real diehards, but thanks for sticking it out with us and have a really great afternoon. If you're interested, the recording from this presentation or this workshop will be made available on the GLO website within the next weeks. So on that end, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, and we see each other again.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thanks.